All right, people. What's going on? My G units. My brony baloney dildos. How's it going? It is I, your host, Mikey G, and I'm ready to tell you and show you just what kind of man you gotta be. Hell yeah. Or woman, I don't know. I look pretty womanly. Not gonna lie. We're getting a few things taken care of and underway. We're getting monetization turned on first off, as always. We like to do that. And then, what else are we doing? We're going to take a product real quick. How did it come to this? How did it ever come to this? So we're going to talk about the amazing debt levels that we have and what austerity is. So austerity, just a quick definition real quick, refers to strict economic policies governments use to cut budget deficits by slashing spending, raising taxes, or both, aiming for fiscal health but often causing hardship. It also describes a personal lifestyle of severe self-discipline, living simply, and forgoing luxuries. Often in tough times like wartime or personal hardship, essentially it's about enforced economy, whether by a nation or an individual, to manage scarcity or debt. Now, this is something that I do even when I'm prosperous because I live a minimalist lifestyle. And in all actuality, I promote it for the most part. I love minimalism. I cannot help myself. I'm obsessed with it. I just am. And not only does the thought of it sexually arouse me, it just gets me going, dude. But, America's debt explosion's real, man. Households are in debt everywhere. And here's the thing. Here's the question we got to pose to ourselves. What happens when the U.S. finally maxes out its credit card? I don't think you're going to like the solution at the end of the day, because we could talk about, like the latest take, that'll most likely fix the U.S. debt crisis. I don't know. The U.S. government may have to practice austerity after this kind of fiscal calamity. Higher taxes, cuts to benefits, maybe even inflation as stealth taxation. It is possible that maybe the Fed should just print more money. I don't like that idea. In fact, I think it's just kicking the can down the road. But we could tie it to ordinary people. There might need to be cuts in Social Security, Medicare, higher gas, food prices, and why politicians kick the can until just something breaks. Here's the thing. There's a debt crisis that America has. Not only does the American consumer have an excessive debt crisis, I would say our entire government has a debt crisis on their hands. And this is a huge deal. And I think it needs to be talked about. I really do. I just don't think it's talked about enough. I mean, the debt crisis is real. We're all living through it. It's pretty obvious that inflation's hitting record all-time highs. And by the way, you can't just blame the tariffs. The tariffs, in my opinion, are not to blame. There have been a lot of... By the way, during the Biden administration, inflation was crazy high. So for people to say that the tariffs are the only reason is very short-term thinking. The tariffs are what's going to get this country out of fucking debt. And if things have to get a little more expensive for a little bit, so be it. Because we need to get out of debt. And if we can use that tariff money to pay off the debt, it'll be less of a burden for future generations to come. And we want to lessen the burden for the future generations. Big Skid Mark is asking what qualifies you to have a reasonable take on the economy. Well, what about you? Yeah, we have $35 trillion in debt. That's pretty damn high, if you ask me. That's pretty crazy. So I'm actually rooting for the tariffs to work, because if they don't, What are we going to do? Just keep spending? We got to pay down the debt. The debt must be paid down. All right? The debt must be paid. And not all of it at once, obviously, but we got to pay it down. There's got to come a point in time where we just have to admit that the debt's out of control. There just has to come a point in time where we have to admit that. But is anybody going to admit that? No. Unfortunately, no. Who's going to admit it? I know you guys aren't. So the debt's a real thing. The bubble is real. But yeah, I voted for Donald Trump in 2016 and 2020 and 2024. I say let's get out of debt though, man. Cause you are the wind beneath my wings. But no, I'm excited, man. Vance 2028. Yeah, I'm definitely voting for Vance in 2028, though. I'd rather have Vance in my pants than Walls on my balls. I'm a JD Vance fan, dude. I love JD Vance. What do you mean write off the debt? The debt doesn't. So if they, what happens if they write it off? So what? We don't pay our debts? The U.S. government just says, "Hey, we're not paying our debts." 36 trillion, 35 or 36 trillion is pretty huge. That's a pretty large debt. Yeah, I think there needs to be some economic policies to cut budget deficits. I don't want us to raise taxes, but we need to cut government spending at the bare minimum. Yes, I think the government should cut spending. Why not? You know, I think, you know, if you don't agree with me on that, that's fine, but what are you going to do? Just assume that everything runs off butterflies and rainbows? I'm sorry, that's not right. That's not how the world works. So, I don't know. What do you guys think, though? How did it come to this? How did it ever come to this? Yeah, I only have an auto loan. Justin Smith, I only have an auto loan, man. And no, I'm not saying pay off the whole debt. I'm just saying we need to reduce the debt. If we can find ways to pay down the debt sooner, at least get it down to a reasonable number, then I think we're good. No, the only debt that I have is my car loan. I make sure I make all the payments on time, and I also have assets that I have to pay down the debt. No, what I'm trying to say is that we don't have to pay it all. We don't have to pay it all right now. I'm trying to say we could at least reduce the amount of debt that we have. Maybe from, I don't know, 36 trillion down to 32 trillion. Is that a big ask? I mean, it's a lot of money. We should not be racking up these levels of deficits. Eventually, nobody's going to buy our bonds. No countries are going to buy our bonds. Nothing, right? So what are we going to do? We'll make the dollar worthless. I mean, dude, honestly, it's allowed me to invest all my money. So I invest a lot of money, and my money basically doubles, and it's based on how I invest. So, you know, in a sense, it was a win-win situation for me getting a loan for it. I haven't paid off the loan because I prefer to invest. I invest in assets that appreciate. Yeah, I don't save the dollar, though. I don't save money. I just save my assets. I save my assets, not my cash. I think saving money, I think saving cash, well, cash is not money, but saving cash is stupid. You're right, I am focusing on something that's out of my control. But I could influence it. I could tell all you guys what I think. And you guys could tell somebody what I think. It'll probably get lost in translation at some point, but... Dan Mary, I'm not going to review your song. Not going to do it, man. No way. How am I capping, bro? Because the dollar's not backed by anything. There's no real reason to hold it. I don't believe in holding the dollar anyway. I think the dollar is worthless. I pretty much invested... I pretty much just invest in index ETFs and individual stocks. And those pretty much help me out. But Dan Mary, I'm not reviewing your... friggin' song, man. Sorry. I'm not reviewing it. My apologies, man. No, I got plenty of investments. My investments continually pay me money. Well, cash. And then I just reinvest the cash that I get from those investments. But no, I'm constantly investing, man. I mean, that's pretty much the way to do it, in my opinion. I'm an investor at heart, deep down, and I'm going to keep investing the way that I have been. Stay diversified, dollar cost average. There's no reason to be out of the market. There's always a reason to be in the market. In the stock market. Crypto is grifto, by the way. Cryptocurrencies are not a real investment. They are a Ponzi scheme. I want to give you guys a heads up on that. Can I have mod you? Dem balls, I'm not making you a mod, bro. And I ain't capping. Hell no. I ain't making you a mod. I'm not making you a mod. You're not going to become a mod. Not on this channel. Not on my watch. How did it come to this? How did it ever? I will say, though, one of the best books I ever read was Money Master the Game. In fact, I'm going to link it to you guys right now. This is definitely the greatest book on investing ever created. I'm going to give you guys two links. I'm going to try to get you guys a link to the book. Let's see, they got the audio book. Do they have... Well, the audiobook's not bad. Give you a link to the I'll give you a link to both the book and the audiobook. That works. Oh, that's not my refrigerator. That's my heater. The sound that you're hearing in the background, that's actually my heater, not my refrigerator. What's up, Brony Brothers? What's going on, dude? Real Garza should interview with Garza podcast. Yeah? What's the Garza podcast about? I am a white guy who happens to be 25% Mexican. I am actually Mexican, which is shocking. Most people are surprised by that. Mainly because, well, I'm only 25% Mexican, so I guess it's not much of a shock. I look white. I don't blame them. I look more like a gingerbread man than anything. No, but I think it's important, though, that we at least talk about the whole debt explosion, because the debt problem is real, bros from India. What up, Yash? Make sure you like this. Make sure you tap the like button, man. I appreciate you, man. Sounds like your mom's yelling for you. Thank you, Realist. Make sure you tap the like button. 75% Humo, Justin Smith. Make sure you tap the like button, okay, my brony brother? We need more likes. We need more simps. Dem Ball says you want a little of taco and cheese dip and salsa. Hell, I love my Mexican food, dude. I'm a Mexican food kind of guy. It's in my blood. Make sure you, hey, Dem Balls, make sure you tap the like button, okay? More likes, the better. It helps the channel grow. But Yash Pakel Body, I says, hi, bro. Make sure you hit the like button, brother. And what's up, man? Realist says, bro, you capping. Dem Ball says, I fart on you. Okay. Justin Smith says, why does anything you are saying even matter? Convince us to care. The crypto advice was solid. No, here's the thing. I don't give advice. I educate and entertain, not financial advice. But I will say, crypto is grifto. Crypto is a Ponzi scheme. So honestly, I've made a lot more money betting against Bitcoin, even though I got into Bitcoin early. I've made a lot of money betting against Bitcoin because I never sold my Bitcoin position. So I do play the volatility of Bitcoin itself, even though I don't believe in Bitcoin for the life of me. I think that Bitcoin is clickcoin. I think that Bitcoin is a Ponzi. And I'm proud to say that it's a Ponzi. Dem Balls says I ate 5 tacos from Taco Bell and I was on the toilet for an hour. What a beast, dude. What a sexy man. That's so freaking hot. How did it come to this? How did it ever come to this? But I will say, if you guys want to know the greatest book of all time when it comes to investing, in the lower right-hand corner, there is the book by Tony Robbins called Money Master the Game. Really incredible book. I would recommend checking it out. It is honestly one of the best. One of my faves. It is legitimately one of my favorite books of all time. Let's see. Hell yeah, 4 likes and 20 minutes. I like that. But what up, everybody? Whoa, dude. Cochrane Colt says a plane crashed into my house. What? Are you okay, bro? Tony Robbins is the GOAT, dude. I love Tony Robbins, man. Sab Trader just sent 100. Hey, thank you, brother. Make sure you tap the like button as well. Sab Trader, make sure you tap that like button, man. We need more likes. We need it. But yeah, Tony Robbins is the man, dude. I think Tony Robbins is actually one of the best. Now, obviously, is he like an expert investor? I mean, he's a pretty damn good investor. He's a long-term investor. He's a smart investor. But he interviewed in Money Master the Game several of the best investors that you could think of, and it was an unbelievable thing, man. Robbins is one of the GOATs, one of the best, in my opinion. American Airlines Flight 191. Jeez, man. Oh, no, I don't know if you're just trolling me, which you might be. But hey, Sab Trader, thank you for the jewels. Make sure you guys subscribe to @SabTrader3434. And he's a brony brother, dude. He's clearly a brony brother. And make sure you guys like the stream if you can. The more likes we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. So please like the stream. We need your likes. We need your simp scribes. So I appreciate that, my brony brother. Thank you, Sab Trader. Appreciate you, man. Nah, dude. Dem Balls says, my friend has a little beanie weenie. He was free balling it, and it was really tiny. Hey, at least he's loud and proud about his tiny dong, dude. There's nothing wrong with that, man. Sometimes one has a tiny dong, and, you know, you can't always change that. You can't always change if you have a tiny dong. It's okay. No shame in having a tiny dong. Dude, I'm talking about, first off, I'm talking about investing. You ain't talking about garbage. You ain't talking about anything, realist. First off, I'm talking about crypto being a grift. Crypto is grifto. Crypto is garbage. Peter Schiff is absolutely right about crypto. I would rather be in gold. I mean, preferably, I stick to stocks. That's where my wheelhouse really is at the end of the day. But yeah, I stick to stocks. I love the stocks, man. Just the other day somebody said to me, hey, maybe you're just slightly schizophrenic and a little out of reach, my friend. I said, yes, that's partly true, but jokes aside, I can't explain. It's just my way of compartmentalizing. Living on this planet now. Have you turned on the TV? Have you seen reality? Have you found the program that you spent your whole life looking for? Yeah, I still do the mustard stuff from time to time. Not tonight, though. We're talking about all sorts of stuff, dude. We're talking about the craziness of the debt. We're talking about that we're probably going to have to live in a little austerity. And I believe that on the individual level. I do believe that there may be some tough times ahead. I don't know how tough things are going to get. We'll see. We'll see. But it's interesting times, man. Interesting times. I'll tell you what. Yeah, debt's wild, man. The debt is wild. I'm going to do a little experiment here in just a few seconds. I'm going to get, I have an HDMI cable right over here. And it's, all, if I remember correctly, it's already plugged in. Oh, it's plugged into nothing. Go figure. Just the other day, somebody said to me, hey, maybe you're just slightly schizophrenic and a little out of reach, my friend. I said, yes, that's probably true, but jokes aside, I can't explain. It's just my way of compartmentalizing, living on this planet now. And have you turned on your TV? Have you seen reality? Have you found the program that you spent your whole life looking for? Input, output. Oh. So we're doing a little bit of an experiment here. We're doing a little experiment. This might be a bit of a tough one here. We're gonna try to make this work. I think you guys could probably still hear me though. So we got the live chat screen. That's good that it's still showing up. All right, so I'm going to try to show my smartphone on the screen. I'm not too sure how I'm going to pull this off real quick. Figure out something, though. Hold on. It's a video capture card. Oh, it probably would help if I plugged it in. Mirror display. Perfect. Okay, so I got the display mirrored. Now I just have to show it on the screen one way or another. All right. Okay, so hold on. All right, let's see. So how well can you guys see that on the screen? There's only one way to find out how well you guys could actually see that. Almost there, everybody. All right. So we're going to go over the portfolio here in just a second, if you guys can actually hear me. Hello, hello. There's a place called Vertigo. All right, okay, here we go. I don't know what that loading symbol is. Okay. Well, it seems to be working a little bit better. Hold your horses, everybody. Keep your shirt on. Okay, so I want to see if this is easy to see in the pixel. Testing out a couple things. One moment. Almost there. Oh, snap. Sorry about this. Can you guys can still hear me, I'm assuming. Give me 1 second, folks. I got to fix something on here. Okay. I may have to make a few adjustments. That might be the way to go. All right. Maybe 150. It's like I need to make adjustments all over the place. Hold on, you guys. Almost there. What's up, Chris? My brony? My brony baloney brothers. There's too much gooning going on here, you guys. Why is everybody gooning? Don't want too many goons. Okay, so we're going to look at some stocks. We're going to talk about them. We're going to get very sexy in here. It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. I am in so light, I don't want to take my clothes off. All right, my bronies. So we're going to go over a couple things. My favorite stock right here, though. Coca friggin' Cola, dude. Now, I own one share of just about every stock and just about every ETF that I can get my grubby paws on. Right? So that's how I roll, dude. That's how I roll. But here we go. But yeah, no, Coca-Cola has been a solid stock. I love the dividend that I get from it. Just a lot of good things that come from Coca-Cola. I mean, we can go in and out all day on why this is such a great company. Now, Now, you're probably wondering, so why do I hold so much of the VT? Why do I swing trade the VT and hold so much of it? And then why do I also buy and hold one share of every single stock in ETF? Well, truth be told, I like to be really spread out. I believe each ETF has its own philosophy, its own meaning, and it's like having your own mini portfolios. You're like collecting portfolios, essentially, in my opinion, when you invest the way that I do. I'm not saying you should. This is not financial advice, just my own interpretation on how to invest. I got a lot of weird ways that I invest, so it's pretty cool. But yeah, no, the Vanguard Total International Stock ETF is another one. I own several different ETFs that are related specifically to international companies. I love international companies more than anything, and I think the best way to get some sort of exposure to international companies is through ETFs like this. I think ETFs like this are just, in my opinion, purely phenomenal, and they deserve a lot of love. So VXUS, bitches. And then, of course, we got like the SPHQ, which is in the Invesco S&P 500 Quality ETF. I mean, this is solid. It's got pretty good holdings. I mean, if we take a look at the holdings here, it's a large blend. It's got 100 different holdings in it. You can take a look at the holdings. So this, for example, this entire ETF is index-based. It contains Apple. It's like 6.7% of this company holds Apple. And then, 4.35% MasterCard, General Electric, Costco, you name it. And it's kind of one of those that's, it's an index of U.S. large cap stocks selected by return on equity, changes in net operating assets and financial leverage. Stocks are weighted by these quality factors scaled by market cap. Ventas is VTR. This has been one of the better holdings that I've had. I got a lot of these holdings, by the way, when they were down in the dumps during a few crashes. So I like to rack up on stocks when the market's crashing, especially if they look like they're really delicious. Earnings per share are great. I mean, this is pretty much just a quick thing about Ventas. It's Ventas Incorporated engages in the acquisition and ownership of seniors housing and healthcare properties. It operates through the following segments: senior housing operating portfolio, outpatient medical and research portfolio, things like that. And let's see what else they got. I forgot. And triple net lease properties. So, I mean, the shop segment is involved in owning and investing in senior housing communities throughout the U.S. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, it's a REIT that. It's a real estate investment trust that owns a lot of properties that are leased out by places that take care of seniors, is really what it boils down to. Is really just to kind of dissect the language there. This is another ETF that I have. It's the iShares Core MSCI Total International Stock ETF. So what this essentially is just tracks a market cap weighted index of global stocks covering 99% of the global market capitalization outside of the U.S. So it's basically a large blend of foreign companies, precisely 4,235. Top 10 holdings are like Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, Tencent Holding, ASML Holding, Alibaba, AstraZeneca, Samsung Electronics, things like that. So what I'm really getting at is that this is an index filled with international companies. So it's well diversified, well spread out. And if you're fearful of what's going on in the U.S., it's not a bad idea to protect yourself by having international company exposure. I mean, I'm getting international company exposure right here, right now, from what I'm doing, Let's see. And then we got the Vanguard Scottsdale Funds, Vanguard Total Bond, World Bond ETF. So it's basically the entire bond market in one ETF, which is mightily convenient. It pretty much holds two funds. It holds Vanguard Total Bond Market ETF, and then it also owns the Vanguard Total International Bond ETF. I mean, if you have both of those in your portfolio, I mean, you're getting instant diversification across the entire bond sector, so it's very, very handy. Anyway, though, I'm going to disconnect on this one, so let's go back to vertical here. Let's go back to where we need to be. We're back. I thought it'd be fun to show you guys my smartphone. It's kind of an experiment anyway, just to see how well it worked, and it was really neat. So, pretty cool. Let's take a look here. 'Cause I'd rather go blind than watch you. Oh. BRB, got to go to the bathroom. Big time. Yeah. Jump far. What's going on, my brony? My brony brother. Dude, what up, dude? Hell yeah. Dance, my brony brother. Yes, make sure you guys tap the like button, though. We need more likes. If you guys can, tap. Give Zaddy a like. Zaddy needs a like. Zaddy needs lots of likes. You play the guitar on the MTV. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. But yeah, make sure you guys, like I said, tap that like button. The more likes we get, the better. It does push this channel, push the show out on the algorithm quite a bit. Zaddy gets what Zaddy wants. Exactly, jump far. Exactly. Because I am Zaddy. One for the... Thank you, Seth Aroth. I appreciate you. Just one for the Zadster. I am a Zaddy. They give me Zaddy vibes. Everybody gets Zaddy vibes from me. A Zad joke. Well, since I'm a hip Zad, since I'm a hip daddy, there was a young lady from Venus whose body was shaped like a penis. That's about the only Zad joke I know. Chris Short says I get tired of tucking. You gotta tuck, dude. Gotta tuck. It's the tuck rule, dude. The tuck rule. Give me 1 second, folks. I got to reconfigure the camera. I think there's just some issues that I noticed. I want to try to see if I can up the quality. Probably can't, but that's okay. Give me a second here. You play the guitar on the MTV. How do I know that you're going to hit the like button? I did 5 earlier. I'll tell you what, I did 5 earlier. I think I got 10 more in me, okay? I'll do 10 more on camera. I'll do 10 more. Mind you, I'm going to go kind of slow because I'm kind of fat. Okay. Okay. Ready or not? I'm trying. Here we go. That's 7. That is 7 so far. Okay. Almost there. You gotta win. Alright, did 11. I did 11. Beta. I did 11. I did 5 earlier. I need a moment. I'm too fat. I did it though. Witty. They call me Witty. P. Diddy. But yeah, no, I think that the debt levels have gotten a little too extreme. Thank you, Timothy Travis. Have a good night, brother. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want to do, but I will be thankful. I'll tell you that. I am very thankful, by the way. I'm lucky. I'm going to keep rolling, though. I'm going to stay determined. Stay hungry. What up? Okay. So. We're killing it. We're rocking. We're feeling sexy. OMG. 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 Cause everybody, look at me. Do you want me for free? Do you know what I am doing now? Do you care? I am so sexy now. I am so sexy now. I don't even know why. I don't even know why. I know that I am fly. I know that I am fly. I know I am sexy. Oh. Every time I gotta go. Every time I gotta know. Hey, Rodolfo. Yeah, thank you for liking my freestyle vocals, my man. Make sure you tap the like button, though, my brony brother. We need more likes. We need as many likes as we can get. The likes, they make me crumble. Oh, yeah, they make me feel so good. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum yum. Everybody dance, everybody scream, everybody cry. Everybody cream, everybody dance, everybody cry. Don't cream your panties too early. My philosophy in life is pretty simple. Actually, my philosophy in life is pretty simple, though. I mean, I really just I keep it easy. I wouldn't say. I've got a few philosophies, but my main one overall would be, have a purpose, and that purpose is to, be very wealthy. Help other people with my wealth, and pretty much just give way more than I receive is really the goal. Produce more, consume less. That's another philosophy. I like to produce way more than I consume. Because deep down, I like to produce. I like to create. I'm a very creative soul for the most part. And doing this show is a little crazy. I'll admit it. But I greatly enjoy it, and it brings in, I think not only does it bring joy to my life, but I think it brings joy to a lot of people's lives as well, even though it is a very insane show that I do. Okay, so my philosophy is pretty simple, and I don't think I have to fully explain it to you. My philosophy is invest, have freedom, financial freedom, and be around the people I care about the most as much as I can. Garzalina says, Chill Toad 666. What up, my brony baloney brother? Dude, my bronies are everywhere. The bronies are everywhere. My brony baloney dildos. I love you guys. I love you. You're so sexy. You're all so sexy. I love you all. And you make me so hard. I don't know why. How did I get so hard? How did I get so hard? Just like Picard. How did I get so hard? How did I get so hard? What do I feel my purpose in life is? I mean, it's a tough question. I would like to believe I don't leave a purposeless existence, but but I do believe my purpose in life is to heal others, make them feel better, basically. Guide others, teach others. But my purpose at the end of the day is really to give more than I receive, to produce more than I consume, to have a higher output than an input. It's a very basic one, but it is my purpose to give more than I receive, far more than I receive. I'll still receive things. I want to give as much as I can. That's why I keep my membership so low for this show. 99 cents a month. I feel like I give enough value to where 99 cents a month is justified, but I don't want to take from. I want to give you guys an abundance. That's what I want to give. I want to give abundance. I want to promote an abundant thinking. I believe that the world really is my oyster, man, and I've got a lot of life to lead. Google Accountant says, I'm eating Frosties and collecting dividends. This is my purpose in life. Google Accountant, hey, make sure you click the like button, man. Make sure you tap that like button, my brony brother. We need more likes. We're so desperate right now. We're so desperate for likes. I want you to want me. I need you to need... Oh, no, I lost a like. What the hell? Make sure you guys tap the like button, though, if you can. It really does help the channel grow. More likes, the better, though, man. It really helps, so... Appreciate y'all. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, my purpose is, and I love how Google Accountants like eating Frosties and collecting dividends. Thank you, man. I did tell you I was going to do it the bare minimum 10. That's all I felt like. I actually did a little bit more. I did 11, but I did tell you I was going to do a minimum of 10. I just didn't feel like I had 15 in me. Technically, I did 5 earlier. I mean, you didn't see those ones earlier, but I did tell you I'd do the 10. So I appreciate you doing that, man. Thank you, Timothy. I appreciate the like, my brony brother. Yeah, I'm still determined, still doing my thing, and I'm going to be smart about what I'm doing, man. So many bronies in the world. So many bronies make me wanna act girlish. So many bronies in the world. So many bronies. Let's go bronies, let's go party. I'm a brony girl in a brony world. I've got my hooves, it's fantastic. You could brush my pubes, undress me everywhere. Imagination, clopping is my creation. I'm a brony boy in a fantasy world. I like to brone, every brony is cool. You're my brony, rock and roll, feel the glamour and pain. Okay, so Timothy Travis says, in the morning, avoid your phone for 15 minutes. That's reasonable. You do 5 push-ups, look at the sun, and be grateful for life. I like that. That sounds reasonable to me, man. I do need to start doing my push-ups in the morning, though. I think that'd be good for me. I really do think the world would be a better place if more people just focused on their own abilities and trying to gain more abilities. Like, the reason I can still do push-ups is because I actually do push-ups. I'm a little bit fat, don't get me wrong. But, I do a bare minimum of at least 5 push-ups a day. I try to make it 10, though, as my minimum, but I make it to where if I'm going to do any, I got to at least do 5. But I should make it about 10. I think 10's a reasonable amount. And then I do crunchies. I do crunchies in the morning, typically. Crunchies get me to where I got to be in the right headspace and stuff like that. So I love my crunchies. Okay, sorry about that, you guys. I got distracted by the phone. Timothy Travis is wondering if I can make my pecs flex individually. Ooh, hold on. Let me see. Nah, man, I keep it even. I keep an even cut. Even, easy cut, man. I keep the cut even, and I like it that way. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Thank you, my brony brother. Yeah, I keep it. I keep my hair length to about an inch when I shave it. So, yeah, it's about the lowest I keep it though. I keep my hair completely even when I shave it though. Completely even haircut. That's the way I do it. I love it that way. Need to show off my ears. No, I already got my woman in my life. I'm good. She loves me for me. She likes me for me, not because I put frosting on my face. No, but my girlfriend loves me for me, and she's okay with me cutting my. Well, I think she'd prefer that I didn't cut my own hair, but she gets it. She knows why I do it. But yeah, she loves me for me, man. She likes me for me, not because I look like, I don't know. Oh man, I'm a sexy man. I'm a sexy boy, 'cause I'm a sexy man. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? Gotta say how I feel. I can't believe you're here, but I know that you're real. Know what I want, and baby, it's you. Depending on my feelings, because they are true. Yeah, I like who I am. You know, I'm not perfect by any means, but I think I turned out way better than I expected. I don't live by anybody else's standards but my own. Although I don't know if I have many standards to begin with on the way that I do things. But look, so wait, why would I be cheap and insecure if I cut my hair that way? I mean, everybody's a little bit insecure, by the way. But wouldn't I be more insecure if I needed to go to a barber to make my hair look super good? You should sing to my new jazz beat, says Nostalgic Void. Well, make sure you give the stream a like, by the way, Nostalgic Void. But also, look, I don't know if I'll react to it, but I will sing a song. My life is brilliant. My love is pure. Well, I saw an angel. Of that I'm sure. She smiled at me on the subway. I think it was Jared Fogle. But I won't lose no sleep on that. 'Cause Jared Fogle's the man. No, just kidding. Jared Fogle, though, when's that guy gonna get out of jail? What the hell? I'm Mike Hansen, Dateline NBC. You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Chris Hansen is coming to town. To a town near you. All you predators have made the naughty list. Again and again. I understand where you're coming from. It's okay. I'm Mike Hansen, Dateline NBC. I'm Skeet Hansen. Skeet, motherfucker. I'm professional, dude. Those are my qualifications, Timothy Travis. I'm professional. Brony. My brony brother. Look, I'm a professional. I don't need no professional. Lacey Baird says, why did the farmer order a bucket, family bucket from KFC? I don't know. I have zero clue, Lacey. Tell me why. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why. And I never wanna hear you say. What? Can I breathe through it? I don't know. Hell if I know. Because the vegan teacher said it had a family. Okay. Well, that's fantastic, Lacey. It's fantastic. That's good shit. Good Lord, man. Good Lord, man. The Great West 1870 says, was the 1870s or the 1890s better in terms of quality of life? Eli Chataway said they prefer the 1890s. Yeah, first off, I think both of those eras probably were not the best eras in the world. I would say the 1890s was getting on the right track. 1870s, well, yeah. Timothy Travis, I will have a great night and I will be honorable, as normal. Break out the kite. Booze Cruise, I don't know if I don't feel like putting, well, part of me is tempted. A part of me is always tempted to put the frosting on during the stream. Always. There's always that lingering temptation to put the frosting on the face. I'll admit it. The question is, should I? Yes. I need to ask ChatGPT a question. Oh, that's super dope. Hells to the ya. I'm doing a bit of an experiment, everybody. I'm dying to know what you asked the chat. I don't know, dude. What am I asking? You do the Buffalo Bill scene from Silent... No, I'm not doing that, dude. Not doing that. I'm not doing that scene. Not doing that face. Booze Cruz is asking, what did you ask ChatGPT? ChatGPT, can you please help me figure out so many sexy things? ChatGPT, it just makes me so stinking wet. Is it weird that ChatGPT gets me all wet? I don't think it is. You guys, in the upper right-hand corner, I have the recommended book. It's an audio book, but you can get the physical book too if you want. But the audio book is right there. It is probably one of the best books of all time. It's an audio book that I linked you to, but it is Tony Robbins' Money Master the Game. Audio book or the book will be fine. I read the book, but you can also listen to the audio book. It's totally up to you, though. In the upper right-hand corner, you will see my boy, Tony Robbins, looking sexy. and wondering if you're going to buy the audiobook. It's a really good audiobook series, man. I think Money Master the Game, though, straight up, is Tony Robbins' best work. It is Tony Robbins' best work, in my opinion, because it teaches people how to be a real investor and that income is the outcome more than anything. And a lot of good investors, a lot of incredible investors realize this, that income is the outcome, and that's kind of the battle cry of that book. So Money Master the Game, it's in the upper right-hand corner. I severely encourage you to check it out. Seriously, one of the best books of all time. Now, fortunately, I don't have the book anymore because once I'm done with the book, I give it away. But it is one of my favorite books. And it is the book that I can highly encourage people to read because it is the smartest book I've ever read on investing. Mainly because Tony Robbins took the time to interview several investors and understand their philosophy behind their investing strategies. And what I learned from that is that you need to not only just be in one asset class. Look, at being in equities is great. In fact, you could have an entirely diversified portfolio of equities and be fine the rest of your life. However, if you want really added security, commodities, bonds, stocks, those are my three trifectas. I'm not a big fan of bonds because they're not very inflation proof, but during tough times, they do provide a guaranteed yield, which I will always take home. I love the guaranteed yields. I love international bonds as well. But yeah, I'm a huge Tony Robbins fan at the end of the day. He is one of the GOATs, and so that's why I want you guys to check out Tony Robbins' Money Master the Game. You can see it in the upper right-hand corner right here. One of the best books of all time. And yeah, now I'm a huge Robbins fan. I think that he's probably, like I said, Money Master the Game might be the most brilliant book I've ever read. Honestly, if you want to be an incredible investor, that's the book to read. The all-weather portfolio is effing brilliant. It's not perfect, but it's honestly incredible. I love the all-weather portfolio. It's one of the best theories I've ever heard. Told by Ray Dalio. So Ray Dalio told Tony Robbins about this portfolio. And Ray Dalio is an incredible hedge fund manager. The guy's brilliant. I'm a huge Ray Dalio fan, but at the end of the day, no, I act like a hedge fund in a lot of ways. You know, I'll bet against things like Bitcoin because Bitcoin is click-coin at the end of the day. It's garbage. It's phony, baloney, dildo money. And we all know that Bitcoin is phony, baloney, dildo money at the end of the day. Yeah. I would like to hope people realize that, but I don't think a lot of people do. Why you hating, brony? Why you hating, my brony brother? What's up with the bronies hating on me, man? Why the bronies hating? Why is you all hating? Why is I gay? Why do you think I'm gay? Why do you think I'm gay, bro? Brah. My brony brother. Tell me, did you sail across the sun? What are you talking about, bro? I still don't understand, brony. What do you mean? Why do you think I'm gay? Tell me, did you sail across the sun? Did you make it to the Milky Way to see the lights are fading? That heaven is overrated. Tell me, did you fall from a shooting star? While you were looking for yourself out there. I don't know. Everybody call me gay. Why am I gay, dude? Why am I gay? Why do you think I'm gay? I is trying to understand where you's coming from. Why is it you think I'm gay? Why am I gay? Why do you think I'm gay, bro? Is you hating? Is you hating to hate? Is that all you got, is the hate? Why is you hating? You ain't a real brony. Baby girl, let me see you do your dance. Let me see you twirl. Shake it in the club with your homegirl. Is that your bestie? I'ma ice both of y'all like Gretzky. Ask you, me. How many hoes in this club? Is it just you and me, my love? I don't mean to call you no hoe. I is the man. I don't understand why everybody is calling me gay. Can you please tell me why is you calling me gay? I don't understand what you is saying. It don't make a sense. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I got my pomegranate juice right here. Right here, right now. There is no other place I won't be. Hey, thank you for watching my video from India. Make sure that you tap the like button because it does help Zaddy grow. Zaddy, what up? Thank you, Motivational Yat. I appreciate you, my brony brother. I appreciate you for being a brony, man. We need more brony brothers out there. The more bronies on the channel, the better, obviously. We care about the brony community. We love the bronies here, the brony brothers. Yeah, you know, makes me feel good. You know, I'm glad people are watching from India. Much love from the United States for the most part. I give you all the love. I want to give you my love and my affection. Yeah, I don't know. Adarash, I have zero clue, man. I mean, I think it might be a bot account, but you never know. I'm pretty sure there's a few bot accounts that go on here, but I don't care if you're a bot or a human. I'm not going to discriminate. I don't discriminate, man. I'm pretty accepting. But make sure you guys tap the like button, though. The more likes, the better. It does push us out on the algorithm quite a bit. Dude, Noah, Tony Robbins is the man. The fact that you don't like Tony Robbins is a complete red flag on your end. Have you ever read any of his books? Have you ever watched any of his videos? Tony Robbins is amazing. Thank you, Gadifi Moagi. I appreciate you, my brony brother. Make sure you guys hit the like button, though. The more likes, the better. Hey, it's going well, brony. You don't have to apologize for anybody in your country. People do their thing, and no judgment on this end is all I got to say. People do their thing. I just appreciate you guys checking out the show. More viewers, the better. I dig it, man. I love it. I know people on his team. Here, what is TR? Oh, Tony Robbins. Okay. Okay, so what is Tony? Okay, Noah, this is news to me. What is Tony Robbins like behind the scenes? Because I want to know. You know, Tony Robbins does give me a little cult leader vibes from time to time. But I want to know, Noah, I love Tony Robbins, by the way. He's been amazing. Money Master the Game is one of the best books I've ever read. And honestly, I think it's the book that made me a better investor. Straight up. Money Master the Game single-handedly made me a better investor. I mean that. My company has given me the checks already, and our clients are all in holidays, too, so we are probably out. Okay. I'm from the U.S., man. Eric Boy says I'm gay like you. I like you. Hey, it's okay, man. If you're gay, if you're straight, I don't mind. And you like me, it will hit that like button, man. We need more people hitting the like button. The more people who hit the like button, the more this show gets pushed out to the masses. The more people who know about the show, the better, man. I give you my love and my affection. Oh, dude, my boy Clown TV, dude. Clown TV's looking good, dude. I don't know what he's doing right now, but let's take a look. What's Clown TV doing? That's Clown TV right there, dude. What's my homie? Clown TV, dude. I love this guy. I don't know what he's saying. What's he saying? Clown TV doing okay? I like this guy, though. I like the Clown TV guy.
I'm scared, man. I'm scared that one of these guys are going to do something. One of these cops are going to report.
Clown TV, dude. Love this dude. This guy's my homie. I don't know him in real life, but I like this dude. It's Clown TV, dude. Clown TV. The GOAT. Make sure you guys subscribe.
The stream's up and I don't know what to fucking do with this stream, to be honest with you. I don't know what to do with the channel. My son's worth more to me than doing this shit, guys. So, and people can't stop being pieces of shit. So I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know what to tell myself.
Dude, Clown TV, I don't know what's happening with him, man. Something's happening with my boy, dude.
Whoever doing this is a real fucking piece of shit. You're gonna go to fucking hell. I can tell you that right now.
What'd he do? What'd he do?
Too much. It's happening too fucking much.
Clown TV, dude, what's happening, bro? I don't know what's happening with Clown TV, dude. I'm watching him real quick. Hold on, you guys. Oh, dude, somebody gave him $199. Yeah, dude, Clown TV. Is he doing okay?
I have no idea who you are, but I was here last night too, and I hope you can agree that this is not how you should live your life.
Interesting.
It's obviously profitable, so please take what you've made so far and quit this. You are miserable here and you deserve better. Good luck to you all. If Hayden testifies that you're a good father, then they can't really do anything unless they can prove otherwise.
Damn, dude.
Appreciate you guys, man. I do love you guys. I really do. I just don't know what to do. You know, these guys do not look happy at all. Like the way I looked. The last time they did it, they were laughing. These guys weren't laughing.
Well, if they see the videos, I think they're going to understand that he just likes to put stuff on it. He just does challenge streams.
Appreciate you, name Alezo. That's a big donor. I appreciate you for that.
Damn, dude, this is crazy. Man, poor Clown TV, dude. This guy.
Alright, man. Joey and Bella, where are you guys at? The real hello. Where you at?
Man, somebody super chat this dude $199. That is cray, dude. Clown TV, dude. Clown TV's the GOAT. Well, I don't know how much of that I could take. I don't know if he's like faking it, but I think his son got like taken away by the police. I think that's what happened with the Clown TV guy. Crazy. Insane, man. So I do want to go over this Fortune article. It's from Fortune.com. The title of the article is called "The Most Likely Solution to the U.S. Debt Crisis is Severe Austerity Triggered by a Fiscal Calamity," former White House economic advisor says. Publicly held debt is already at 99% of GDP and is on track to hit 107% by 2029, breaking the record set Oh my God, breaking the record set after the end of World War II. Debt service alone is more than $11 billion a week, or 15% of federal spending in the current fiscal year. Wow. While faster growth is the most appealing option, it's not coming to the rescue due to the shrinking labor force, he said. AI will boost productivity, but not as much as would be needed to rein in U.S. debt. Frankel also said the previous era of low rates was a historic anomaly that's not coming back, and default isn't plausible given already growing doubts about Treasury bonds as a safe asset, especially after President Donald Trump's Liberation Day tariff shocker. Relying on inflation to shrink the real value of U.S. debt would be just as bad as a default. And financial repression would require the federal government to essentially force banks to buy bonds with artificially low yields, he explained. There is one possibility left: severe fiscal austerity, Frankel added. How severe? A sustainable U.S. debt trajectory would entail elimination of nearly all defense spending or almost all non-defense discretionary outlays, he estimated, for the foreseeable future. Democrats are unlikely to slash top programs. Republicans are likely to use any fiscal breathing room to push for more tax cuts, Frankel said. Eventually, in the foreseeable future, austerity may be the most likely of the six possible outcomes, he warned. Unfortunately, it will probably come only after a severe fiscal crisis. The longer it takes for that reckoning to arrive, the more radical the adjustment will need to be. The austerity forecast echoes an earlier note from Oxford Economics, which said the expected insolvency of the Social Security and Medicare trust funds by 2034 will serve as a catalyst for fiscal reform. In Oxford's view, lawmakers will seek to prevent a fiscal crisis in the form of precipitous drop in demand for Treasury bonds, sending rates soaring. But that's only after lawmakers try to take the more politically expedient path by allowing Social Security and Medicare to tap general revenue that funds other parts of the federal government. One moment. Let's see. What's up, Anthony, my brony brother? Let me read some of the comments real quick. So, Alaska's Finest says he's been acting cray-cray for weeks now. We're talking about my boy, Clown TV. Clown TV is interesting. That guy... I mean, dude, most people could look at me and think I got mental problems. I got some, but, and I don't do I will say that I don't do these streams where I put frosting on my face all the time. I keep that to the minimum these days. Eventually, though, I think it would be fun to get back into that. I do have a blast doing that shit. Sad to see. Yeah, it is sad to see the dude deteriorating, having a tough time. Gaddafi, stay cool. Rick, hello, hi. Bible says devil will increase before the end. A false world leader will rise and try to replace Christ, but Jesus rejected it. Okay, cool. Sethara says so. I don't know what that means, man. Guys, make sure you guys tap the like button, though. The more likes we get, the better. We're trying to increase the like count as much as we can, so I appreciate it. But Anthony, my brony brother, what's going on, man? My brony, baloney boy, I love all my brony brothers, my brony brothers. I don't know what to say. I know that I am so sexy. I know I'm sexy. I'm sorry you can't handle this. I'm sorry I'm sexy. I know that you can't handle this. I'm sorry I'm sexy. Hey, St. Peter, dude, you gotta go poo-poo. Make sure you guys tap the like button, though. The more likes we got, the better. What's up, Gar? Hey, Ina Bush, make sure you tap the like button, okay, my brony brother? But nothing much, way. How you doing, Ina Bush? St. Peter says typo. My bad. Hey, St. Pinor, my Pinor. Make sure that you tap the like button. We need more likes, and we need more simp subscribers. You have no butthole and you must poop. Okay. Well, if you can, tap the like button and find a way to poop, okay? Tap that like button, bro. My pink brony bros, and you dance at the gay club. Oh my god. I'm just having fun on the stage in my hooves. I'm wearing a man thong down at the Pink Brony Club. I'm gonna keep on fapping at the Pink Brony Club. I'm gonna keep on crapping down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on fapping at the Pink Brony Club. The Pink Brony Club. Dude, Kalshi, I keep looking at these Kalshi things, dude, and Kalshi sucks, dude. Kalshi is terrible. I'm tired of those freaking AI ads popping up on my bussy all the freaking time, man. St. Peter loves me. Marry me, please. I'm not going to marry you, St. Peter. I'm sorry. Slybuster says gay. St. Peter says I will introduce you to my wife and pastor. It's not gay if it's in a 3. Oh, God. Can I be a mod? No, I don't trust anybody to be a mod. I don't like censorship on this channel, so I have no mods. I'm the only mod, and I don't even do anything. Yeah, I don't really care. I don't like moderating stuff. If YouTube already moderates anyway, using like weird AI crap, so that's the way I see it. YouTube does its own thing, man. I'm checking a couple things, you guys. I'm gonna keep on fapping down in West Hollywood. Make sure you guys like the stream. The more likes we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. So tap that like button, baby. Tap that like. Oh, yeah. Wait, St. Peter, I'm not going to ban you, dude. I don't want to time you out, bro. My face smells like what? Why does your face smell like crap? What? True moderator. Dude, if your sole purpose in life is to be a Reddit moderator or a YouTube moderator, you got a problem. You just want to control people. You just want to be a hall monitor. You want to be a gatekeeper. I don't like gatekeepers. This channel does not promote gatekeeping. It's not. I don't really like restricting anybody. I just don't. I'm not a restrictor. I don't restrict people. Please give birth to my son. I'm not giving birth to your son, St. Peter. I'm not doing it, brony bro. You're a pink brony bro. And you dance at the gay club. Oh my God. I'm just having fun on the stage in my hooves. I'm wearing a man thong down at the Pink Brony Club. I'm gonna keep on fapping at the Pink Brony Club. I'm gonna keep on crapping down in West Hollywood. Why do you want me to time you out so bad? What does timing out mean? Like, why do you want me to time you out? Dude, I don't give a shit what you do, bro. St. Peter, I'm not timing you out, bro. I ain't doing it. Why the hell would I do that, bro? Dude, I do have text-to-speech on. I have text-to-speech on only for people who donate super chats. So if you do a super chat, that text-to-speech will turn on automatically. It'll be beautiful. Yeah, at the end of the day, I don't really care. And nobody's goal in life should be a moderator. To be a moderator. Make sure you guys tap the like button, though. You respect me? Thank you, St. Peter. I respect you too, bro. I think. I don't know what I respect anymore. But yeah, you guys, make sure you guys tap the like button, though. The more likes we get, the better. The sexier the stream gets. And the better things are. It is content, man. Kicking butt. Hey, thank you to everybody who subscribed, man. We're at 6,417 subscribers. I can't believe it, bros. My Bruni brothers. My Bruni brothers. Hello. You're all so sexy. Make sure you guys tap that like button, though. Tap that ass. Tap that like button. Hell yeah. Pink Brony Club. But yeah, I do think that there's a bit of a problem with debt. I think there's a little too much debt, and how do you solve that at the end of the day? It becomes a bit of an interesting dilemma, for sure. Who is I love Ano? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, my brony brother? Who's that? What kind of content do I make? If you make me all time out everyone who comments for 20... Why would you do that, dude? No. You know what? How about this? The type of content I make is very simple. I do traditionally talk about investing during live streams. That's usually the thing. Yeah, it's traditionally what I do on this channel. Nothing too crazy, though. What does it take to be number one? What do I smell like? I smell like Old Spice and booty. Let's see. Tim Smith says this channel needs more Karens. Hashtag Karens 2026. Hell yeah. I dig it. Jaquan DeMarcus Garza says Song Jones, make sure you tap that like button, though. I appreciate it, my brony brother. You have 25,000 I need to out. By the way, what's up, Tim Smith? Tim, I can be your Karen, baby. I will get outraged by everything. I will wear a man thong forever. I will blame you for everything. Let's see here. So St. Peter is saying he has $25,000 and he needs to out in a high yield savings account, which, look, I mean, I think high yield savings accounts are BS for the most part. I prefer just having a brokerage account and putting that money in the brokerage account and then investing. This is not financial advice, by the way, just for educational entertainment purposes only. Look, high yield savings account is at least safe for the most part. I won't say that you'll keep up with inflation. You won't, traditionally. So your savings will decay because the Federal Reserve keeps printing dollars. But I will say, though, having a well-diversified portfolio of ETFs and individual stocks has never done me wrong. So, yeah, I would say brokerage account, whether it's Robinhood, whether it's Charles Schwab or whatever. I'm not a fan of savings accounts. I don't believe in high-yield savings accounts. I believe it's investing or not at all. You either invest or you don't. That's the way I see it. I mean, I've had way more success being an investor than anything else. I've had a lot of success being an investor. I do like to play the volatility, though, of various ETFs. There's a lot of volatility that one can play, and at the end of the day, that gives me the biggest advantage overall. St. Peter says, I have Fidelity. Hell yeah. Yeah, Fidelity's not bad. Last time I checked, they have no commission fees when you buy and sell stocks, I hope. But if they don't, if you want no commission fees, though, I know that Charles Schwab and Robinhood have no commission fees. That's one of the reasons why I do love Robinhood so much, is because I have one share of just about everything, and I didn't have to pay a commission fee to get any of the ETFs that I wanted and stuff like that. So any reason that you put, I'm just curious, why do you put your money in VOO and QQQ only? Because that just gives you exposure to the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100. I mean, it's diversified. I would say at least you're in safe companies. That's for sure. For me, that's not diversified enough. For you, if it's still diversified. I'm just one of those guys that I like to hyper diversify. I'm obsessed with hyper diversification, though. Oh, a shout out to your cousin, Mike Ox Small. Thank you, Mike Ox Small. Make sure that you're doing well. I hope that you recover. And yeah, Mike Ox Small. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Make sure you tap the like button, by the way. The more likes, the better. Oh, okay, cool. I say spread out the smorgasbord, man. I got a lot of. I'm very spread out. I got a lot of different ETFs, a lot of individual stocks, but yeah, I'm definitely as spread out as one can be. Spreading out your risk is probably the smartest thing you could do. No, you can diversify. No, here's the thing. I mean, ETFs give you instant diversification without paying an arm and a leg, as long as they're index-based ETFs, obviously. But yeah, so if you want diversification without paying an arm and a leg, ETFs are the way to go. You can be diversified and own several individual stocks. That's fine too. I would say it's easier to own several different ETFs. In fact, if I were to start investing again, as if it's the first time I've ever invested, because when I started investing, I was so bad at it, I didn't understand anything I was doing. I didn't get it, but I'm glad I tried. Because if I would have given up on investing, because I was getting into penny stocks, which was stupid. I had a gambler's mentality when I first invested, and I realized that was stupid. I needed to be a long-term investor. I needed to look for companies that have proven themselves, that have a track record. You know what I mean? So you can have individual stocks in your portfolio and ETFs. There's nothing that stops you from doing that. I love having certain individual stocks because I just know they're good companies because I've looked at their financial statements, and I want to have those companies in my portfolio. Not only because I believe in them, I just know that they're good companies. And then not only that, I look at analyst ratings to see if I'm on the right track. 9 times out of 10, I am. So, but I like to spread out my risk. That's for sure. I keep my risk as spread as possible, man. Nice. It's the way to do it, man. The Beast says, LOL, thank you. Mike Ox Small. Mike Ox Small, thank you so much. Tim Smith says, I typed in diverse spreading explosion. Looking for something else in this stream came up. And I'm giving shout outs to people named Mike Oxsmall. So that's what I do on this channel, man. That is what I dizzle. I like to jizzle, and I like to sizzle. Everybody wants to be sexy. Oh, yeah. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why, yeah. But yeah, no, it's a beautiful day, and I can say that I'm the man. I don't give a damn. I'm the man. Ho, ho, ho. I got gas in the tank. I got money in the bank. I got news for you, baby. You're looking at the man. I got skin in the game. Heading for the Hall of Fame. Drink the rest of my pomegranate juice. So, diverse spreading explosion. I love that so much. Tim Smith is the man, by the way. Dude, Tim Smith is my boy. My boy. Hey, Tim, are you doing any better, by the way? You don't have to tell us if you're doing better or not, but, you know, with the whole lung thing, I just got to say, though, I hope you're doing better, man. Wow. Okay, so lungs are getting better. That's good. Lungs are slightly better, getting like 2% better each day. Hey, improvements. So if you feel like you're on your way to 100%, man, and it doesn't feel like it's getting any worse, that's good. Haven't gone to the gym in a few weeks. Going back tomorrow. Dude, my man, dude. Yeah, get back on the gym, dude. I will say, though, man, like I said, like my boy Tylord and I said, man, if it does get worse, obviously go to the hospital. But it sounds like you're getting better, so that's a good thing. We're rooting for you, man. We're rooting for you. We're rooting for you. It's my home dog, Mr. Tim Smith. So, out of curiosity, Tim, what sort of exercises do you do at the gym? Are you into like heavy weightlifting, or do you do like pull-ups, weightlifting? Do you do like the treadmill? Like what kind of stuff you do usually? Because I don't ever go to the gym, and when I do, it's usually like last time I went to a gym was with my brother, and I just kind of just did the little dumbbells. Well, technically, my mom's, I guess you could, stepdad, you know, he's got a really cool gym and stuff. So he's a pimp daddy. Tim Smith says the weight machines, dumbbells, not much cardio. Yeah, and walking everywhere is a good thing, man. It's a good thing that you walk as much as you do, brother. Now, walking keeps you in shape, man, I'll tell you. I've been doing a little more walking lately, which has been very good for my mental health. And I've been doing like sit-ups and push-ups at home, but I don't ever go to the gym. I just have been, sticking to well, I wouldn't say sit-ups. I do crunchies and then I do push-ups. I've been trying to do a minimum of 10 push-ups a day and then 30 crunchies, the bare minimum a day. And then I try to take at least a 30 minute to an hour long walk. And that's usually about it. For sure. Shockingly, this whole YouTube thing's coming together. Part of me still can't believe it. I'm like, what's going on, man? No, but it is smart that you walk everywhere, though, man. Well, I mean, I know that you have to, though, because you have to walk to the train and stuff to go to work and stuff like that. But, oh yeah, oh shit, I didn't realize UFC fights were on tonight. Hell yeah, I got to keep up with the UFC, man. My buddy Jake, he watches a lot of the UFC stuff. I don't keep tabs of that as much as I probably should. I do love, it's fun though to watch. I really do love watching those fights, and those guys are really talented in a lot of ways. Watching UFC fights, you can pick up a thing or two by watching those fights. If you really analyze and study them, yeah, I mean, you can learn a few good self-defense moves. Because those guys really are, really good, really fast, too. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm trying not to get too distracted by my phone. But hey, I'm pretty stoked about my laptop, you guys. Check this bad boy out. Now, obviously, I don't have the new battery yet, but it's a-coming. It's a-coming. The new battery for this thing. So what's crazy is this, this is a laptop that still has a DVD drive, which is great. This is one thing I love about this is thing is a brick. I love it when laptops feel, you could feel their heaviness. I love it, man. It's the best thing in the world. But yeah, this laptop is a little older. It's definitely an older laptop for sure. This laptop came out in 2014. It's a Dell Inspiron 15, and it's beautiful, man. Let me just take out the battery. Where is Frog Eat Frog tonight? Usually Frog Eat Frog is doing all sorts of crazy things and telling me to put the blue on my face or whatever. But I don't see no Frog Eat Frog tonight. The legend, my homie. So we're going to open this up a little bit. Open up the battery casing. Is this unlocked? Unlocked. So this is the battery. Try not to spittle. This is the. So this is a very, very old battery. Right here. Now, granted, it is possible that the area where the battery was supposed to be at just no longer works. That is a possibility, but I don't see any major leaks or anything on this particular battery. But I will have to dispose of the battery here because it did say it was a complete battery failure, like it just doesn't charge anymore. And granted, that makes a lot of sense to me. This is a very old laptop. I've had this laptop for over 10 years. The battery lasted as long as it could. And yeah, I got it in 2014, so I think it's probably about 11 years old at this. No, I got it in 2015, but it was like a 2014 model. Taking a look at this. The battery. But yeah, this is the battery right here. This is what we're working with here. Traditional laptop battery, circa 2014, circa 2015. And you know, it was really cool. They still made this model of battery. I made sure that I got the right type as well. I looked up the type, the wattage per hour, that sort of thing, and made sure I got it right. So this is the right kind of battery, thank goodness, because I'm very, very peculiar about the kind of batteries. Tim Smith is asking, how do you feel about Coinbase as an investment long term? Oh man, you know my feelings about Bitcoin and crypto in general. Look, if enough people... So here's the thing. Coinbase makes money off of their fees, right? Their transactional fees and their monthly subscriptions. Like, people have a monthly subscription to like Coinbase One or whatever. So they make money from that, right? As long as there's enough people willing to still get into Bitcoin or crypto or anything like that, then you're still going to be able to make money. So Coinbase will be as profitable. It will be profitable as long as people continue to trade Bitcoin, and as long as there's enough gamblers out there. Look, as long as there's enough gamblers, Coinbase is going to make money. Also, I think that they're in the predictions market. So if they're in the predictions market game, I mean, they're basically the casino at this point. So Coinbase prediction markets. Okay, so it does say that Coinbase is preparing to launch a prediction market powered by a partnership with Kalshi, which is expected to be officially announced during a product showcased event on December 17th, 2025. This move is part of Coinbase's strategy to become a more comprehensive everything exchange beyond just crypto trading. You know what? Honestly, I'm usually not very bullish on Coinbase, but hearing that, I mean, if they put out a successful prediction market, they're basically acting like the casino at that point. And the house always wins. So as long as there's enough gamblers around trading crypto and doing these stupid prediction markets, I firmly believe that, you know, Coinbase actually might... I didn't think I'd ever say this. I'm actually surprised I'm saying this, but Coinbase actually might be a decent investment. Not because of crypto itself, but because if they get into the prediction markets, I mean, that's a lucrative business, man. You're basically like a casino. You're the casino. They're the casino. So when you own Coinbase, you're owning the casino. And the gambler always loses and the casino always wins in most traditional situations. So I could see Coinbase actually being worth it. I never thought I'd say that because I think the irony is I keep my Bitcoin in Coinbase. So you'd think I would want it to succeed, but I don't have like a fuck ton of it. I bet against Bitcoin, but I also have Bitcoin holdings in Coinbase. It's a very complicated thing. Let's see. Tim Smith says the Motley Fool stock advisor analyst team just identified what they believe are the 10 best stocks for investors to buy now, and Coinbase Global wasn't one of them. Yeah, I mean, I will say some of those analysts, they're going to, look, I don't know what Coinbase's earnings look like. I don't know how profitable they are. But I will say this, though. If they manage things well, I would have to do more research to determine if I would actually buy them. But hey, Coinbase, if they're getting into the prediction markets, they might actually be a lucrative business, shockingly. Because the house always wins, man. The house always wins. It's crazy, though. But Tim, I don't know, man. I'm not going to start telling everybody to buy Coinbase because I clearly can't endorse anything, but I might buy Coinbase, just personally. I'm not saying anybody else should. Not an endorsement, not financial advice. Talk to a financial advisor, obviously. Just for educational entertainment purposes. This is my hot take, though. Dot Focus says, I'm sure Motley Fool also gets paid to post certain things to shift the market as well. That's true. I could see that. It's like when Jim Cramer on Mad Money starts talking about a specific stock. They call it the Cramer bump. And what happens is Cramer will give the buy signal on a certain stock, and then every retail investor under the sun is like, buy, I got to buy it. They all buy it. They all pump up the price. So you could say that Jim Cramer's show could be a semi-quasi pump and dump as well. I'm going off on a tangent. Tim Smith says, I have Coinbase in an ETF, but in Canada, we also have a single stock Coinbase covered call ETF that has been very consistent. 40 cents a share every month so far this year. That's not bad. Hold on. So you guys are probably wondering, why am I so excited to be getting like a new battery and stuff? Like, what's the catch? What's the deal? Why is this such a big deal to me? Just want to make sure this is locked in. But yeah, I can't wait to get the new battery. I think it's going to be fabulous. Let's see. One thing I love about removable batteries. Making sure everything's working. No, but I love removable batteries, though. Okay, come on, Corrupt PX. What are you guys doing here? Oh, Lordy. I always seem to lose control over the chat. I just can't control you guys. I don't want to control you guys. I have no desire to control you guys. You guys do whatever you guys want to do. I'm not a fan of what some Corrupt PX is saying. Not a fan of that, but you know what? Do you, whatever. I don't care. I don't care. Oh, no. Oh, Buffalo Bills against the Bengals at 1 p.m.? Hell yeah, dude. All right, hold on. One moment. Okay, everything's loaded back up, I think. Oh, I got too many tabs open. That's the one thing, though. This is an older laptop, and you know, as much as I love having like Ubuntu Linux on here and stuff, I think that there's only so much you can really load up on this thing at one time. So I'm excited though. Buffalo Bills at the Bengals, dude. Hell yeah, that's gonna be a hell of a game, dude.
Inside of a number, so
I'm reacting to a video.
Gordon invests the way he wants to invest, with no minimums and no hesitations.
I'm taking the train tomorrow.
I could just type out 50. And when we're storing a number, we don't need these quotation marks. You only need that quotation mark when you're storing a string. So if I wanted to store a number, I could just write it out like this. And in addition to using whole numbers, I could also use decimal numbers. So I could say like 50.56782.
Oh wow! So this is crazy. So in Python, I didn't realize this, but Python, because I've used Java and C++, is you don't actually have to. What is it you don't have to do? Because like in C++ in Java, well, Java you do. Is declare the type of variable it's going to be, whether it's an integer, whether it's a float type, that sort of thing. And this is cool. It basically has automatic detection for the type of variable that it needs to become in Python. Really cool. That's gonna be awesome, man. And the Broncos are versus the Raiders. Still not attempting to lose weight again. Stop the lies. Wait a minute. Is this Brad Latkin? Is this Brad? Dude, stop the lies, Brad Latkin. Liar. Seahawks versus Falcons, 10 a.m. Hell yeah, dude. Go Hawks, dude. I want to see the Hawks go all the way. We have a really good defense this year. I love our defense. It's so good. Yeah, Suck is having too much of a time, man. Give me a moment.
Python's going to be able to store that number as well. So you can store all different types of numbers, and we can also store what's called a Boolean value. And a Boolean value is essentially a true or a false value. And there's a lot of instances in programming where we're going to want to represent true or false data. For example, I could have a variable called like is male, and this would tell me whether or not someone was a male. And in my case, it would be true because I'm a guy, right? So I can, actually this needs to be capital. So I could store a value of either true or false. And actually, if we were naming this in Python, we'd want to use an underscore. So I would say is underscore male, and this can be either true or false. So true or false values is maybe not something that you're used to dealing with like in the real world, but in programming, we're going to be using true or false values all the time. They're super important. So like I said, there's three basic types of data that we can work with in Python. There's strings, which is just like plain text. Numbers, which would be like either decimal numbers or whole numbers like this. And there's true or false values. And these are the basic types of data. I mean, there's a bunch of other types of data that we can use, but I would say 99% of the time as a new user and a new programmer to Python, you're just going to be dealing with these three types of data. So those are the basics of the data, and also with variables, and you're going to be using variables all the time in Python, so you definitely want to practice up and get comfortable.
So you want to be a software engineer?
In this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys about working with strings in Python. Now, one of the most common types of data that we're going to be working with in Python is going to be strings. And strings are basically just plain text. So any text that we want to have inside of our program, we can store inside of a string. So I want to talk to you guys about all the cool things we can do with strings, and we're basically just going to...
That's a pretty good tutorial. If you guys ever want to learn Python, this is from freecodecamp.org. Once again, it's called freecodecamp.org. Make sure you guys subscribe to them. The title of it's called Learn Python, Full Course for Beginners tutorial. Really neat, man. Really neat. Okay. Okay, so, dude, Zuck and Satan, what are you guys doing, dude? Stop. You guys got to stop this shit. I don't know what's up with all these dudes posting all these terrible things in the chat and trying to figure it all out. Make sure you guys tap the like button, though. The more likes, the better. We're trying to get more likes at the bare minimum, you know, seeing what we can pull off and seeing what we could do, man. Liking the stream helps the stream. That's all I got to say. So the more likes, the more... we get discovered by a newer audience, and I just appreciate it, you guys. Thank you. So like the stream, man. I can't, man. It's not in my blood. I can't do it. I don't ban people. I just don't. It's not in my blood, dude. If YouTube needs to, I don't know, restrict them. I just don't pay attention. Man. I do allow people to say whatever they want on here, even if I don't agree with it. Hey, look, if YouTube wants to ban people, that they can go ahead. But so Stop the Lies says treadmill, diet, weights, and running. Well, sounds like a plan to me. Stop the Lies. I appreciate it. I don't use the treadmill. I just walk and run everywhere. Yeah, and that's Chris. That's a risk I take for sure. It's a risk, but I'm just here to say my piece, and the chat does whatever the chat wants. I want the chat to grow a consciousness, an emergence. No, don't get me wrong. I'm a little pale. I'll admit that. But no, I appreciate you guys tapping the like button, though. It really does help the channel grow in more ways than one. So anytime you guys tap the like, it really does help. So thank you. Thank you big time, man. I appreciate it. Let's see. I'm loving angels instead when I'm feeling weak and my pain walks down the one-way street. I look above and I know I'll always be blessed with love. And as the feeling grows, She breathes flesh to my bones. And when love is dead, I'm loving angels instead. And through it all, she offers me protection, a lot of love and affection, whether I'm right or wrong. And down the waterfall, wherever it may take me, I know that life won't break me when I come to come. She won't forsake me. I'm loving angels instead. So how many of you guys love Linux, man? I think Linux is a fantastic OS. It's one of my faves, actually.
To get a full introduction into why strings are awesome. So over here, I'm just going to actually print out a string. So I'm just going to say print, and inside of these parentheses, I can type out a string. In order to create a string, I need to use quotation marks. So I can make an open and close quotation marks, just like that. Now, inside of the quotation mark, I can put whatever text I want this string to have. So we can say like, Draft Academy. And so now we have a string with the text Draft Academy inside of it. So if I run my program, now down here we're going to print out Draft Academy, as you can see. And when we have these strings, there's actually a bunch of cool things that we can do with them. So one thing I could do would be to create a new line inside of the string. So if I wanted, I can come over here and I can say \n, and you can see it got highlighted in a different color. And what this is going to do is it's actually going to insert a new line into the string. So now it's going to say draft on one line and academy on another line. So I'm going to click play, and you'll see down here we just get Draft Academy. In addition to the...
Nice. Let me see here. Let me test that out. I always like to try to follow along with all the examples. Chris, how did you block the dudes? Chris, did you do the blocking? Or I'm assuming YouTube did, hopefully. But I think YouTube has like an auto detector that can figure these things out. I don't really know how to block anybody. I probably could if I tried, but... Wouldn't that be funny if the biggest troublemakers on my channel, if I just made them moderators? That would be hilarious. In fact, that'd be too funny. I need to make the biggest troublemakers on my channel the moderators. The biggest POSs. Yeah, Python's amazing, man.
a backslash quotation mark. So if I wanted to put a quotation mark inside of my string, I can't just...
Let's see. So why are your comments not showing up? I can see them now. I could see you, Mr. Donaldson. No mods on the Garza network, man. We don't do the mods, man. You know, Mr. Donaldson, well, I don't like having moderators on my channel. I don't care how big unless like YouTube came up to me and said, hey, you need to start having moderators on here. I'd be like, okay, well, why don't you develop some AI mods that I can use? Because like, Glockworks. So you have 9 more days until your Twitch ban is gone. Let's go. Why don't you just stop using Twitch, dude? Twitch is like, I can't stand Twitch. I don't know what people see in Twitch. I really don't get it. Like, Twitch is probably the most overly moderated. Look, you get banned so quickly on Twitch. It's insane. I wouldn't say quickly, but Twitch is just awful. I can't stand it, man. I prefer YouTube. I prefer doing YouTube live streams. Oh, I've tried Twitch streams. I cannot stand Twitch, dude. Twitch is just ugh. Yeah, Mr. Donaldson, man, my moderators suck, dude. I agree with that completely.
Just put a quotation mark like that, because Python's going to think that I'm trying to end this string. So if I want to include a quotation mark, I can just use this special backslash character, and that's called the escape character, and it basically just tells Python that whatever character comes after it, we want to render literally. So when I say backslash quotation mark, it basically means like, hey Python, I want to print out a quotation mark. And so now we'll be able to print out a quotation mark right there. I can also use this to print out a backslash. So if I needed to print out a backslash, I could say backslash and it'll just print out a normal backslash now. So you can see just like that. So if you want, you can use that backslash to make new lines or print out quotation marks, or you can just use it as a normal backslash. In addition to just typing out a string here, I could also create a string variable. So I could come down up here and we can create a variable and we'll just call it phrase, and I'm going to set it equal to Draft Academy. So I can store this string value inside of a variable called phrase, and then when I want to print out that variable, or I want to access that string variable, I can just type the name of the variable, and you'll see that it's going to print out the value that was stored inside of it. I can also use something called concatenation, and concatenation is basically the process of taking a string and appending another string onto it. So I can come over here and I can say phrase, and I can say plus, and now I can add in another string. So I can say like, is cool. And now this is gonna say Draft Academy is cool. So I'm basically appending another string onto another one. They call that concatenation. And so in addition to doing all that stuff, we can also use special things called functions. And a function is basically just a little block of code that we can run, and it'll perform a specific operation for us. So we can use functions to modify our strings, and we can also use functions to get information about our strings. So I'm going to show you guys a couple of common functions we can use with these strings, and they're actually going to do awesome stuff. So in order to access one of these functions, I can just say phrase, and then I can say dot. And I'm going to show you guys a function that we can use to convert this string entirely into lowercase. So I can
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Lower, and I'm going to want to type in open and close parentheses. And this will take this phrase, and it'll take my...
All right, I'm going to... Sorry, I got distracted, you guys. Let's take a look here. Almost Eli says big eyebrows. Dig that boogie. I got to get it out, dude. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate it. And my following and communities on Twitch, full mask on, but drop dog whistles, and we growing. Hey, that's why on Twitch you got to promote your YouTube channel, right? You got to tell, dude. Twitch is so I can't stand Twitch, dude. I will always, unless YouTube gets rid of me. My main thing is I love YouTube streaming straight up. Aaron Russell's just like laughing emoji. That was gnarly. Yep. Tim Smith says, my bank screwed me. I have an ETF set up in DRIP dividend reinvestment plan, but it didn't reinvest them this month. Just paid me cash. I should have got 2 shares instead. I've emailed them. Yeah, that's weird. So when you set up the dividend reinvestment function, well, I mean, at least, I mean, whether you reinvested or not, I mean, at least you still got rewarded, which is good. But yeah, if you set up dividend reinvesting and it's not doing it, yeah, you got to see what's going on with your bank, man. Because that is a little bit weird. I'd be like, dude, what are you guys doing? You guys are boning me here. You're boning me, man. Well, it's good that you at least reached out to them, man. It's always a solid game plan, at least. Aaron Russell says, blue bar me. What does that mean, man? What does the blue bar mean? Hold on. So I'm trying to learn Python and do a live stream. So I'm learning Python on my laptop, or at least learning the basics. Michael Donaldson says, I am being forced to tell you that my daughter got an elf on the shelf. There, I said it done. Good God, Garza. Well, it's cool you got an elf on the shelf. Hell yeah. I dig it. Let's see. Good God, Garza. Staring at the side of your head is boring. Entertain your audience. You know that I'm trying to learn, Mr. Donaldson. I do love doing a stream where people get mad. Like, as much as I love you, Michael Donaldson, it is fun to enrage the audience a little bit, keep them coming back for more. But Tim Smith says, it paid me in shares last month. I never took it out of drip, but it just paid me cash and said, not sure why. I put a different stock in drip and then took it out. Maybe that caused a... Yeah, so... If you have drip set up on one stock, it probably set it up for every ETF. So it might be one of those global switches. Me personally, I don't do any dividend reinvesting. I just prefer to have the cash come to my brokerage, and then when I get the cash, I just kind of choose what I do with the with the money at that point. So, like for example, let's say Coca-Cola pays me, I don't know, like a $2 dividend. I could be like, well, I'm going to take this $2 and I'll manually invest it, or I'll just keep it in my brokerage account until I could think of something I want to do with it. You know, sometimes I keep it in the brokerage account. Sometimes I put it in my checking account. Sometimes I find something else to invest in, but I'm always investing though. I'm always investing. By the way, you guys can learn Python with me. I can translate what I'm learning and make it easier for people to understand. What happened to my eyebrows, dude? So first off, you guys should know by now, Steve E80, you should know that I've got 0 eyebrows. My eyebrows are non-existent. You know that. I really have like no eyebrows. It's crazy. Learn on your time. This is our time. Absolutely. I know I'm being selfish. I'm always a selfish man. I can't help it. Let's see. But yes, Mr. Donaldson, you're right, man. This is your time. Point taken. Make sure you guys tap the like button, though. The more likes we get, the better. So tap that like button. It does help the stream grow. It does push the stream out to more people. But yeah, if you guys want to know why Tony Robbins is sitting in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, it's because it's a book that I want to recommend. Periodically throughout these videos, I'm going to try to put books up that I've read before, that I know are good books. And Money Master the Game, by the way, right there. If you guys could still see Tony Robbins' Ed. That is an incredible book. And honestly, it's my favorite book when it comes to investing. I think it might be the best book in investing I've ever read. It promotes the idea that income is the outcome when it comes to your investing strategy. And I love it. I love it so much. You're welcome, Mr. Steve. Can I get a Hulk Hogan? Hey, brother. You know. Hey, how's it going, brother? R.I.P. Hulk. I love me some Hulk Hogan, man. I'm a huge fan. Big Hollywood Hogan fan. In fact, I learned a lot of my showmanship from watching a lot of Hulk Hogan highlights. So You know, it's funny. A lot of those wrestlers, man, they have the showmanship down to a science. You know, they're athletic and they're showmans. So it's pretty dope, man. It's pretty dope. Give me just a few seconds, though. One moment. Steve-O says, I saw your video of making dollar store sandwiches. Truly inspirational. It sure is, man. I love making dollar store sandwiches. I got a problem. I got problems, bro. Arise, chicken, arise. Hell yeah. Oh. One moment, you guys. All right, just a few more seconds here.
String, and it'll convert it to lowercase. So you can see now we just have Draft Academy down here, but it's entirely in lowercase. I could also do the same thing for uppercase. So I could say phrase.upper, and this will convert the entire string into uppercase. You can see now it's entirely uppercase. So in addition to converting the string into uppercase and lowercase, I could also check to see if the string is entirely uppercase or entirely lowercase. So for example, I could say phrase.isUpper, and this is going to give me back a true or a false value. So it's going to be true if the string is entirely uppercase or
All right, sorry, guys. No, I'm not gambling or anything. What I'm doing is I'm doing a little Python tutorial. So I'm just kind of following along with it. I'm using PyCharm, and I'm using a tutorial. PyCharm is the integrated development environment that I'm using to do that part of the development. And then, yeah, everything else. And I'm just following along with the video tutorial. I took the time to learn Java and C++ when I was younger, but I wanted to kind of get acquainted with Python. It is a very popular programming language, and honestly, people do a lot of cool shit with it. So I want to make sure that I'm as involved in the Python universe as possible, because it has become an everything programming language where people do a lot of stuff with it. It's become a very, very, very huge language, not only for back-end stuff, but you could even say for front-end, and you can make full-fledged programs with it. Now, Python's an incredible programming language for sure. And, learning it, I think, is good. It keeps me active. It keeps me thinking. But, yeah, and I love learning different programming languages, though. They're just very fun. Have I ever played Red Dead Redemption 2? Yeah, I've watched somebody play it. I never actually played it, no. I hear it's a really good game, though. But no, it's very fun to learn new programming languages, man. I look like Ed Sheeran's gay uncle. Well, make sure you tap the like button. All right, tap that like button, man. We need more likes. The more likes, the better. I appreciate it. You guys, make sure you, like I said, you guys check out Tony Robbins' book in the upper right-hand corner, Money Master the Game. It is actually one of the best books. It is one of the best investing books I've ever read. It might be the GOAT of all. Let's see. Hold on. Hey, Sean, thank you for the high five, man. And also, make sure you guys tap the like button, though. The more likes we get, the better. But, hey, I appreciate the high five, dude. I'm going to high five you back. High five, baby. Thank you for that high five, though, brother. I appreciate you, man. ET says, not you, though. Well, I appreciate it, bro. Just make sure you tap that like button. The more likes we get, the better. But thank you, Sean, for the high five, my brony brother. Hell yeah. Hold on. What the hell? It's making me type in my password again. Hold on, you guys. I will read your comments here in just a second, everybody. Sorry about that. Gotta... Okay, so let's read through more of the comments. Flame Warrior Golden says there are over 500 witnesses that just... Okay, thank you, brother. Make sure you tap the like button, man. Make sure you tap that like button. Do you play Genji Way or Samurai? No, I've never even heard of that game. What main language do you use? Traditionally, I use C++ or Java. I like Java because, well, I liked Java when it was a little more relevant. Now, nobody really seems to... I feel like Java's going in the way of, like Flash games back in the day, like Flash games that you would play on Newgrounds and stuff. I feel like Java is going the way of Flash. Right? How Flash basically, the Flash player went away because the security sucked in Flash. It was just terrible and was easy to hack and stuff. Well, so Flash going away really sucked. I'm going to admit that. I do like Java, though. I just have a feeling that eventually Java's still in demand. I will say the two main things out there, the two main languages are JavaScript and Python seem to be the most popular. I actually like JavaScript. Now, by the way, Java and JavaScript are two separate languages entirely. JavaScript is more of a browser, is basically the browser-based language for the front end. Now, JavaScript has evolved over time, so you could do back-end programming as well. With JavaScript, it's not just front end on just the browser, so it's really neat. Anyway, but yeah, I want to start using Python as my main language, though. I think that'd be better. I like Python. The more I use it, the more it's a very nice language. It's very smooth. It takes a little bit to interpret and compile, but honestly, if it saves me time and a headache in programming, it's well worth the compile time being extensive. Nate Dogg says Mike doesn't play games that came out before 2002. You know, sadly, Nathan is kind of correct in that. Look, I'm an old school gamer. I really am an old school gamer at the end of the day. Sean says, I like Java. I make Java games. Hell yeah, dude. Java, you can make some pretty cool 2D Java games. Now, do you make them with actual Java? Like, or do you actually program JavaScript games? Like, are these browser-based JavaScript games, or do you actually use Java? Because remember, they're two separate languages, so I'm pretty sure you know that, though, already. But hey, dude, that's incredible, man. If you feel like sharing, are any of the Java games like listed anywhere? I wouldn't mind playing them. I love playing a good Java game. But yeah, back to what Nate Dogg was saying. Mike doesn't play games that came out before. They came after. Exactly. If it came after 2002, there were some games I played, like Star Trek Legacy was an incredible game. Star Trek Legacy actually might be one of my favorite games, one of the best games I ever played. I really did love Star Trek Legacy, though. That was just a freaking hell of a game. Like, I'll tell you what, man. Star Trek Legacy. Hell yeah. Sean is saying, when I need to, I use Construct, which will handle most stuff without actually having to go program. Construct 3. I'm curious about this because I like being able to program games without having to, essentially build my own engine from scratch. If there's a pre-existing engine, I'm going to look it up right now. Construct 3 for Java. Okay, Construct 3. It's a game-making software. Cool. Give me 1 second, though. I gotta test out something. Wow. Oh, so I think these are like JavaScript games. So Zynga, oh wow, Zynga uses them, Sega does. Holy crap, man. Products, create stunning games in the world's best 2D game engine. Nice, dude. Hell yeah. I'm kind of curious to see what the pricing is. Tom Fulp from Newgrounds.com actually gave a review on this. He said, I was amazed at how quickly I could compile and play a game project in Construct 3 without ever leaving my web browser. People are going to love this. Wow. Dude, this sounds fantastic. Holy crap. Look, I love it when game development can be very easy, especially if I'm making a 2D game. It's like RPG Maker back in the day. That was fun. That was like a no-code engine. Which, you could code. There were some ways to code certain things into the game, but RPG Maker was straight up like one of the greatest, like, most fun RPG engines ever. Like, it was great. You could really customize quite a few things in it. It was wild. Oh, don't worry. I'm going to get some sleep here soon. I'm probably going to end the live stream soon enough. Sooner than later, let's see. On Newgrounds or Dance Master or Ninja Baby Backpack. Let's see. It's modular. A lot of it's HTML5. Oh, wow. Cool. Yeah, I think it's amazing, man, being able to create web games so quickly. Oh, wow. So personal for individuals and hobbyists, businesses, non-gambling related commercial organizations, education for teaching organizations. I'm looking at the licenses that they have for this product. So they even have a free edition. Okay. Bundled asset packs. You get a whole bunch of asset packs, create multiplayer games, create special effects, maximum effects, make money from your games. Oh, cool. So paid versions allow me to make money from my games. That's really cool. Dude, this is really insane. Wow. So let's see. The personal for individuals and hobbyists is $129.99 annually. So cool. If you just pay it all up front annually, you get it for a whole year. Nice. All features unlocked, hundreds of demo projects, fixed price until you cancel anytime, no royalties. Wow. I could straight up. Nice. So it does have JavaScript coding in it. So maximum lines of JavaScript code. Really cool. Right. So write your first lines of code as snippets inside event blocks. That is really cool. So essentially, whatever is in this game engine, I can still add on to things using JavaScript code. Really cool. Write JavaScript code for your games in separate files. That's incredible, man. You can create your own personal libraries. Oh, man. Whoa, no way. Build Android apps. In a few easy clicks, convert your game to an Android APK file with our build service. Holy smokes, man. So that is kind of cool. I got to admit. That is really cool to be able to create 2D games for like Android and shit. Does it let you actually publish to iOS? You build Android apps and wow. Honestly, that's kind of cool, man. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty impressive. Stop being mean to Gar. Yeah, everybody stop being mean to me, man. What did I do to you guys? So Sean says you could publish pretty much straight to Xbox. That's crazy. It's really cheap unless you making money. I'll have to look into it. Like, seriously, I'm going to have to save this and kind of like take a look at it later. What I might do is I might look up a few tutorials on how to properly use the engine. Oh yeah, this sounds way different than RPG Maker for sure. RPG Maker is like child's play compared to this. Construct 3 appears to be it's a full-fledged 2D game engine, man. That's crazy. And the fact that you can even add your own code to some aspects of it, that's insane. So it sounds like the expansive nature of this is pretty nice. Fly says is not your land. What are you talking about, bro? Fidesz, I don't have any moderators on this channel. I don't want any moderators. Oh, you think Python? Really? Hold on. Let me look that up. I'm looking at the benefits. See, Python. So I think the things that you can add to this. Oh, wait, maybe it does. Hold on. Python. I don't see anything specific for Python, though, sadly, but that's okay. They have a built-in text editor with syntax highlighting. Dude, no way. And you could do this all from your web browser? That's insane. Bookmarks bar, find all references, family. You have an array editor? Oh my god. Use a spreadsheet like an editor to create data for the array object. No way. Yeah, C++ is amazing, by the way. Don't get me wrong. C++ is out of this world. I love the low-level languages. C++ is still very relevant to this day. And there's still plenty of libraries available out there for C++ usage. That's crazy. You can create like your own custom loading screens. Amazing, man. Amazing. I love it though, dude. I love it. I think I might have to get into Construct, man. I might have to get into this, bro. You may have convinced me to get into Construct 3, bro. Make my own 2D games. I love 2D games, man. Look, I love 3D games. Okay, truth be told, I love 3D games more. But I also love a good-looking two-dimensional game, you know? And it would be very fun to have, because I was looking at some of the features of Construct 3. Thank you for telling me about that, by the way. I would have never found, well, maybe eventually would have found it, but thank you for telling me about that, bro. I appreciate it, man. Sean's a beast. Give it up for Sean for letting me know about Construct 3, man. That's insane. Give me one more second, you guys. I should probably get up kind of early tomorrow and make myself some eggs, man. By the way, just out of curiosity, can you guys see that Tony Robbins affiliate link in the upper right-hand corner? I mean, I can see it when I check it out, but I want to make sure you guys can see it as well. Let's see. Sean should be a moderator. It will package it for Xbox One out of the Xbox. Hell yeah, dude. No, I don't want Sean to be I don't want anybody to be the moderator, dude. This is a no moderator zone. I don't know, man. I look at moderators the same way that I look at hall monitors. They're all useless. I always think of Reddit moderators, and I think, just suck one. Suck one. That's all I got to say. Just suck it. If people's life goals are to be moderators, stop it. Stop. Get some help. Please. That's all I ask. You're getting closer to pushing me off of life's little edge, 'cause I'm a loser. I'm the man, dude. I'm the man. Who's the man? I'm the man. I'm the man. Who's the man with the plan? I'm the man. I don't give a damn. Oh, yeah. Reddit has moderators? Yeah. Fuck Reddit, dude. Reddit sucks. Saves so much time over most engines. Yep. Oh, dude, Winamp. Do you guys remember Winamp? Winamp is probably one of the best. Oh man! So Winamp is legit one of my favorite MP3 players of all time, and I need to see if they have it for Linux. They probably only have it for Windows, sadly. But I will say this: if I can get Winamp on my Linux laptop, that'll be awesome. Give me 1 second, you guys. Can I get... Oh. We're going to ask Google the ultimate question. Can I get Winamp on my computer? ChatGPT, oh, can I get Winamp on my Linux, please? Hold on. So check this out. Here is Gemini. I'm actually looking up using Gemini. I betrayed ChatGPT's trust by now by using Gemini, but let me read what Gemini's results are. Yes, you can get a Winamp-like experience on your Ubuntu laptop by using native Linux players like QMMP or Audacious, which support Winamp skins, by the way, or by running the actual Windows Winamp through. Oh, I could use the Wine emulator and run. So using the Wine emulator, you can actually run exe files and install them. So you could do a Windows emulation. So that's kind of cool. Huh. Okay, so what was I looking for? So let's see, QMMP, or let's see what QMMP's like. QMMP. Because you know the great things about. Why am I even on the laptop? So I've been actually wanting to, so I use my laptop as kind of like a learning station. So I've been learning Python using my laptop, because I'm using PyCharm, which is one of the integrated development environments I can use to practice my Python. And it's also just good. It's honestly incredible. But it's the laptop that has Linux on it. So I've been wanting to get used to using it a little bit more often and get more adjusted to it. But I've also been watching a YouTube video on there while I've been practicing my Python skills, getting more adept to it. Practice makes perfect, and good practice makes perfect. So learning it on the laptop's been really good. Because on my laptop I got a big screen on there, and I'm able to go back and forth between the video and PyCharm. I could. I mean, because I got PyCharm I got the PyCharm IDE on my Windows computer as well. I don't know. I'll think about it. but no, I'm having a good time just testing it out on the laptop for now, and then I'm only I'm not gonna do that the whole time because people would just run away here. I'm just doing it periodically. But I am checking on the laptop. I've just been getting used to using it, and I'm really enjoying. By the way, you guys, I enjoy Linux. Like Linux, it's been a while since I've used Linux, but Linux has gotten way better. Like, if you have a laptop that is really old as shit, and maybe like, let's say it has like Windows XP on it or something, and obviously, you know, Windows XP has security vulnerabilities on it. So if you need something to replace the OS on there, Linux is amazing, man. I don't make any games with Python. I haven't made any games with Python yet. I'm experimenting in the experimental phase. I've made tiny little games in like nothing like to write home about, but like little games in Java and stuff like that, and done some stuff in JavaScript too. I will say it's surprisingly easy to make games in JavaScript. JavaScript is nice. I love JavaScript. Especially if you want to make a quick game and put it on your website, dude, JavaScript is the way to go. Like, unless you're working on an overly complex project, in which JavaScript can still do the trick, by the way. But yeah, if you're working on a complex game, I mean, you definitely want to, you want to go a little further beyond JavaScript. You want to use like maybe C++, or you can make games in Java. It's not preferred in my opinion. I don't really like, I don't think, I've never felt the Java programming language was good for making games. But Python, oddly enough, Python is really good for making games. Like, the more I've looked into Python is a full-fledged beast. Not only does it have good low-level access to the computer, to the system that it's running on, it just has good high-level abilities as well. So, I mean, like, you have a lot more control in Python, I think, than you do in Java, at least from my point of view. I like Java, I really do, but Python is a powerhouse. I definitely understand why it's the most sought after programming language out there, and a lot of companies are looking for competent programmers, and I got to say I'm an okay one. So, I mean, if I master Python, I mean, why not? You know, people are probably looking for junior developers. I don't know if that's the correct term. It's fun, though. I think it'd be fun to at least try, you know. I never wanted to go to college or anything because, well, you know me, I'm not a college guy. Everything I've ever learned, I just learn on my own. I take time to learn the things that I need to learn and really get into it. For sure. Yeah, Wine is the Wine Windows emulator for Linux exactly is pretty rough. I've tried emulating certain things in Wine, and it is a pain in the frickin' ass. Hopefully it's gotten better. I haven't used Wine in a while, but it really is it's a decent Windows emulator, but only for certain things. And here's the thing, C++ has a lot of libraries out there. There's a lot of libraries that you can import and utilize very easily. Fidesz Cheats is asking, do you know geography? Nah. I don't know where most shit is. I get lost pretty easily. It's a good question, though. I really do. I do love software development, though. It's just fun. I really am a hobbyist more than anything. But I wouldn't mind turning it into a career, though. Especially if I became a very, like, for instance, like a very competent Python programmer. I would really enjoy that. So far, what I've learned, it seems like a very high level language, and it's a good thing. It's got a lot of libraries. It's got a lot of development. It's really become a full-fledged language that you could do a lot of stuff with. So I see it as a fun opportunity, and the more familiar I get with it, the better. And I think it might even make me a better Java and C++ programmer, oddly enough. You think? I mean, maybe. I don't know. It's fun. I'm kind of a lazy programmer sometimes, and I like the fact that Python will automatically assign the data type to the variable. That is kind of neat. I mean, you can manually assign in Python what you want the data type to be, but Python is very adaptive in the sense that it'll know exactly what the data type is based on the content of the variable. So, for example, if you type in 50 as the number for the variable, it's going to know that it's an integer data type. So I like that because, like in C++ and stuff, you have to type in int, the variable name, and then whatever the variable amount is. And of course, obviously, variable amounts change throughout the structure of a program. But yeah, I really think Python's incredible so far. I see why people like it. Interesting. So Fidesz is asking, crap, hold on. if I were to make a game, what would be the theme and the goals of the game? That's a good question. That's a very good question. Well, it would probably have to be... honestly, I don't know. I can't think right now. It would be fun to do like a role-playing game. You know, it would be fun to program a role-playing game. You know, like one where... one that brought back a lot of the traditional turn-based, but still had the active time battle system. I felt like the Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 did a really good job with their active time battle. And I felt like those were the perfect games. And I felt like games got a little too... I think once role-playing games turned away from the turn-based aspect of it, it kind of... I think it killed the allure of a lot of the good RPGs, right? And... yeah, I love role-playing games. I really do. I think they're fun to play. Single player. Wouldn't be like an MMO or anything like that. Just simple single player. But I would say if I were to create an RPG game, some of the goals in mind, some of the ideas for the structure of the game would be simply put... I don't even know what the story would be, but I know that there'd be obviously the main character. Main character would have a conflict of some kind. I'd want there to be a story. You know, that's the whole point of a role-playing game, is to tell a good story, but have a good battle system in place. The battle system would probably be the toughest one to figure out. You know what I mean? Battle systems, I mean, you know, not always the easiest thing to figure out, man. You know, and a lot of times you don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. You know, seeing that Nate Dogg says groundbreaking. But, obviously some sort of interpersonal conflict. The main character would, obviously have to battle against something larger than life. The old saying, you have to slay the dragon. The one thing I will say that Final Fantasy did really well in a lot of the games is sometimes they make you think you know who your enemy is in that game. But what it turns out is essentially you don't. You think, like, for instance, Final Fantasy VII is a great example of that. You think that the Shinra at the beginning of the game is your true ultimate enemy. They're going to be the ones that you're thinking that you'll have to go up against directly. I mean, they are a part of the game. But you kind of have two primary enemies. The main enemy is Sephiroth at the end of the day. And all of his Genova things, all the Genova clone things or whatever. And then you have, what was the other thing? But yeah, that's the one thing I loved about Final Fantasy VII. At the beginning of the game, you really think that Shinra is going to be your only main enemy, that you're going to have to battle against the Shinra the whole fucking time. And it turns out the game's storyline gets even crazier, that you basically have to save the whole fucking planet. And all because, also Cloud is mainly the reason that Cloud's the primary reason the planet almost gets destroyed. I mean, obviously Cloud wasn't in full control of himself, like when he handed the black materia over to Sephiroth, that sort of thing. I'm going off on a tangent, but what I'm trying to say is, let's get back to the subject. Oh God, I can go into some of the plot holes that I found in Final Fantasy VII, but would it be a first person or a third person? It would be third person for sure. I think a first person role playing game it would be interesting to have the option though to switch from first person to third person. I think that would actually be really cool. I mean, there are games that actually let you switch between the two now. But back in the day, a lot of those games were pre-rendered graphics, so you couldn't just switch from first person to third person at the whim, at the drop of a hat or anything like that. And pre-rendered graphics were a lot of the times, like, it would give you the illusion that the environment that you were in was 3D. I will say, like, Final Fantasy VII is a good example, though, because it was pre-rendered graphics across the board when you're, like, walking around doing your thing. I think the world map was actually fully 3D, though, if I remember correctly. The world map, and then also the battle system itself, the actual, like, when you're battling monsters and stuff, that's actually full 3D. That's true 3D. But when you're walking around in the towns and stuff, that is pre-rendered graphics and stuff. And they still did an excellent job, though. I mean, you can only do so much with the hardware limitations that you had at the time. And I think a lot of the developers did a hell of a job. And I still believe to this day that the hardware limitations in a lot of those consoles were the reasons so many great innovative games came out. I feel like because computing power is so abundant now, I think developers get a little lazy when developing games, and they don't get as innovative. Because when you're having to solve the problem of hardware limitations to try to get the type of game that you want, your problem-solving juices really come to fruition. And I think that's why you saw more innovative games for, like, PS1 and stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm getting a little tired. Fidesz says, back in the day, Garza 1956. Oh, man, that's funny. Meep94 says, Tony Robbins is my spirit animal. I could make a game called E-Beggar, inspired by me, where you literally play as me, having to impress my audience by putting all sorts of things on myself. That would be actually kind of fun. Clown TV, the game. That'd be hilarious. But yeah, I got to check out that Construct. It looks like it's called construct.net. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty affordable for a personal license. And I mean, I would be a personal developer anyway, so that'd be cool. It'd be really fun to develop something. You'd say the comet is the comet in Final Fantasy VII is the main enemy. That's funny. That's true. In a lot of ways, the comet it ends up becoming the thing that's about ready to destroy the damn planet. So, point well taken, man. Point well taken. All right, you guys, I should probably call it quits for the night. Make sure you guys tap the like button, of course. More likes we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. Paradox says, thank the Lord you stopped putting shit all over your face. I decided I'm just going to try to market the show better. I think if I just encourage people to like the stream, the people who really will like it will be encouraged to. You know, and I have fun talk. This is very much a variety show. You know, we try to talk about the main topic for the first 10 minutes of the show, and then we kind of just go off and wander, essentially. I kind of see where the chat leads me. But yeah, I appreciate everybody liking the stream. I feel like R. Kelly, because my stream is so full. Thank you, Dot Focus. Anyway, I want to thank you guys. I'm excited to get my laptop battery, though. That's going to be very exciting because I could bring my laptop to bed with me. You know? I don't really like using my phone in bed. I'm very much old school. I like the fact that when I'm using a laptop, I have multiple tabs. It's not that easy to... I mean, I could switch between tabs to some degree on my Pixel 8 Pro, for sure. But I love the keyboard. I love the little touch mouse. I'm a very basic person when it comes down to it. So I love the big screen as well. You know, I'm not really, at the end of the day, I'm not... I like smartphones. They're very... I look at them more as a production tool because I usually use them for video recording or delivery driving and stuff like that. I despise typing on smartphones. I just do. I think it's because I got fat ass fingers, dude. I got pretty fat fucking fingers. But I love it. I love the laptop. It's just so much better. Colors are so much more vibrant. And yeah, I'm a laptop guy at the end of the day. And I can't wait to get the new battery because it's gonna make it. I mean, this thing, I will admit, doesn't run as fast as it used to. Granted, but it is still a very powerful machine, and I'm really enjoying it. You think Clown TV's faking it? You think he's faking a lot of the stuff? That is a piss joke about R. Kelly, man. Good find on that one. I'm glad you noticed. Dot Focus. Thank you, brother. Let's see. I'm gonna pick my nose real quick. Oh yeah. Just why? Yeah, I think the Clown TV guy, though. I think he's... I don't know what's going on with him. I hope he's doing okay. But yeah, I really do. He might be faking it. If he is, it's kind of a piece of shit mood. If he's pretending like his son was... I think he said his son was taken away or something like that. Like, the Clown TV guy, man, I don't think he's a bad dude. I think he's got, a couple screws loose in his head. But I don't necessarily think he's a bad dude, no. Real Roman McCrone says hello. What up, dude? Make sure you tap that like button, but don't tap it too hard. Shh. Shh. Don't tap it too hard, baby.
Laugh out loud.
Hey, we are the greatest, the best. Thank you so much. He's been a dude. Real Roman McCrone has been a member for 1 month. Thank you for being a member for a month, man. I appreciate you, my brony brother. Sean sent another high five for 100 joules. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate you, man. Boom, 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 boom.
Outside
Appreciate it.
on all
High five. High
platforms.
five. Sean gave another high five. Thank you so much for these high fives, brother. 100 joules. The joules. Hey, dot focus outside on all platforms. Hell yeah. Dot focus on site all. Outside. Is that your new song? Dot focus. Is that your new song, bro? Let me give you the bit of the hookup here. I'm gonna love this comment. I'm gonna be like it and let people know. Check out Dot Focus's Dot Focus and his new tunes. Yeah, dude. Dot Focus. Okay, let me check it out, man. So is this on your YouTube channel? Bill, I'm going to keep that up real quick. Let me take a look at Dot Focus's YouTube channel real quick. Let me see if we can give everybody a preview of your song. Of your sexy songs. Dot Focus. I'm going to see if I don't know if YouTube will try to copyright strike me. They usually do. So what's this stuff called? It's okay, so it's on all platforms, not from the channel you're typing from. So what's the YouTube channel Dot Focus that it's actually on, man? Oh, it's just called Outside. Wait a minute. So okay, so if I just type in Dot Focus Outside, I could probably find it. Hold on. Dot Focus Outside. Let's see. Oh, I think I just found it. So this seems to be it. I don't know if this is the one. Oh, okay, so it's not like a super new one. Yeah, I just found it. I'm going to react to it real quick. I'm kind of liking the beginning of this song. Pretty neat. Interesting song. Honestly, chat, what do you think of the song so far? I do want to hear everybody's honest opinion. I think it's got a pretty cool beat. I kind of like the way you do your raps. You know, I'm not going to lie, I'm not the best music connoisseur. I wouldn't say this is something that I would go out of my way to listen to, though. And I'm not saying that because it's bad. I actually think it actually sounds pretty good. I'm honestly not. I'm more of a divorced dad rock sort of kind of guy. I like. It's been a while since I could hold my head up high. It's been a while since I said I'm sorry. But let's keep listening. Hey, dude, that's pretty pimp. I actually kind of like that, man. It's different. I will say it's different, but I think it's pretty creative. I wouldn't say I'm the best musical judge of all time. I did like the way it sounded, though. If it makes my head bop, if I felt like I was bopping along, like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, dude. If I'm bopping, that's usually a sign that I instinctively like it. You know, I'm like, oh fuck yeah. Down, 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 down. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. I'm doing a creedified version of What is Love. I don't know. You not there. I give you my love, but you don't care. What is wrong? What is right? Give me a sign. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. Down, down. Hey, instrumental icons, thank you for the 100. Very sexy, very beautiful. OMG. But Dot Focus, I want to thank you for that $9.99 super chat, my brony brother. That was awesome, man. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Oh, when she goes away. When you feel all alone and the world has turned its back on you, give me a moment, please, to tame your wild, wild heart. And though it feels like the walls are closing in on you, it's hard to find relief, and people can be so cold. When darkness is upon your door and it feels like you can't take anymore, let me be the one you call. When you jump, I'll break your fall, lift you up and fly away with you into the night. If you need to fall apart, I can mend a broken heart. If you need to crash, you crash and burn. You're not alone. Well, there has always been heartache and pain. When it's over, you'll breathe again. You'll breathe again. Hey, thank you so much, Instrumental Icons. I appreciate the jewels. The jewels, Betty, the jewels. I appreciate those 100s, though, dude. The 100. We ain't going nowhere. Dot Focus, thank you, my brony brother. Hey, guys, make sure you guys check out Dot Focus outside. We just heard it, but if you guys missed it, check out a little Dot Focus. Sexy Real Man Macron. Yep, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Absolutely, dude, absolutely. Hey, thank you, Dot Focus, man. I like to belt it out, dude. I like to belt. With arms wide open under the sunlight. Welcome to this place. I'll show you everything. With arms wide open. Now everything has changed. I'll show you love. Well, I'll show you everything. With arms wide open. And I'll show you everything. No, yeah. With arms wide open. Wide open. My life is brilliant. My love is pure. Man, I'm really tempted by this construct.net engine. It looks like a really cool engine for a game development, man. All right, you guys, I think I'm a little bit tired for the night. I love Charlie Kirk. Don't get me wrong, man, but I don't feel like I don't even know the Charlie Kirk song very well. But let's see. We are Charlie Kirk. Oh, Kirk was a pretty cool dude. I like that guy. E.T. I mean, honestly, he was one of the inspirations for me. Like, there's been several people have inspired me, but seeing Charlie actually do his thing was really actually straight up an inspiration to me. Seeing him continue to do what he does, even when people are talking mad shit about the dude, he didn't care. He had a mission. He was a man on a mission. I intend on talking about my investing. I intend on talking about my anti-crypto messages, I'm sitting on my soapbox, obviously. I do. I sit on the soapbox. I speak my truth, whatever that truth may be. But it's my truth. It could be a lie. I may believe it, but maybe it's not a universal truth. Who knows? But there are universal truths, and then there are perceptual truths. But, yeah. Anyway, I'm going off on a philosophical tangent. Thank you guys. I appreciate you all. I did say I was going to end the stream a little bit ago. I really am actually tired. I got to take a shower. I stink. I smell like a sweaty sausage. A very sweaty sausage. But I'll catch you guys later, though. I really do appreciate it. And make sure you guys, like I said, like the video. More likes, the better. Dot Focus is saying, bro, could be the next Joe Rogan. Maybe. I'm not going to lie. I got some interesting philosophies. You could say that I'm the anti-Joe Rogan. Not that I'm against Joe Rogan, by the way. That in the sense that my format is the anti-Joe Rogan podcast in the way that I perform. Because Joe Rogan has guests on, and that's how his podcast continues. He never does a solo act podcast. But frequently, I do like to try to have guests on when I can, like Tim Smith. I got to get Tim Smith on more often. He's an interesting fella. I enjoy having Tim on. I enjoy having my friends on if they're ever willing. So, whether they're in the chat or whether they actually want to reveal themselves. One of these days, I could probably do a phone interview with a few of my friends. Especially if they're afraid to show, so I think they want to respect their privacy. They want to keep themselves private, which I completely understand 100%. But yeah, I always tell people, anybody I know, if they ever want to be on the show, just ask, I love interviewing people's fun, or just talking about things is fun. It doesn't have to be like anything extravagant. It doesn't have to be anything otherworldly. It could be like two people just having a drink at a bar talking about philosophy or politics or whatever. And I enjoy talking about philosophy more than politics. I do enjoy talking about political systems, though, like ones that work and ones that don't. I don't really give a crap at who's like, at the end of the day, I really don't really care who's president. Like, I know that it seems like I do, but I just don't. I still I'm a Trump fanboy, though. Just going to let you guys know. But do I think he makes mistakes? Yes. But I also don't think he's the worst. So Vance 2028, though, I'm kind of at this point very much anti-Democrat, though. I can't vote for Democrats. I just think they're too socialist at this point. It's too deadly. I think socialism just kills progress, and that's my philosophy, at least too much of it. Anyway. Okay, I got to end the stream now. All right, catch you guys later. Have a good night, everybody. I appreciate you all for tuning in. Thank you, Mr. Nate Dogg. Thank you, Dot Focus, for that super chat. I really appreciate that, man. Dot Focus wants to be a lobbyist. That's interesting. What would you be lobbying, by the way, my man? Gotti says I know. I'm a little out of. Like I said, I got a few screws loose in my head for sure, without a doubt. I've done a good job. Okay. I am out of it, and I am tired. Laws.